Okay. Okay, let's see here. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sending you a new link.
Right.
And so hopefully it's in good standing now.
Still see the same one.
Yeah, I use the same image.
Not straight. No, blind. Actually matters. No blind. No, nothing comes up right now. We made it.
Oh, really?
Let me see what's happening there. Maybe if I could just, oh, you live on YouTube right now.
Yeah.
Here, okay, let me show you something. Let me put you on. See it again. Okay.
So it's just
Yes. I see what it is. I didn't get the new one. It's still the old one. See?
Okay. And that's off the new email I just sent you?
You sent it to SLH, right? Son of Heaven inbox. This is the old one right here.
Okay. I just sent you another email. Refresh it.
That's the old one right there. Wait, let me see if the old one works. I'm live. I got it. Live.
Yeah, that's an old. That's an old one. You can get off of that. I freestyle the whole time.
Well, I don't see a new one. Let me delete this one. Let's see if I can see it. Not here again. Not here.
YouTube. Let me see. Let me resend it. Share to mother. Oh, here it is. Sorry. I think here's the one. Here's the one. Let me send it to you. Kim. Boom. Boom. I just started it 6 minutes ago.
All right, I'm checking it now.
Okay, I just emailed it to you, and I just started this new. It's a new one that I started.
Okay. Okay. There it is. See, I got it.
Can you see it clear?
Yep.
All right, let me get on here and let me explain what's going on. Okay. Oh, Mom. Text me if you have any questions too.
Okay.
Okay, Mother. So first off, it's almost 8:30. So what happens is we usually stay in this little range right here. This, okay, has been our uptrend all the way up, and we just broke this little mini trend line. You see how we were bouncing like this on this little mini trend line since 7:31. If you look down at the bottom, it says 7:33 a.m. So at 7:33 a.m., we were on this little mini trend line up here, okay? So that's important to know. And another thing that's important to know is this range here that we're in. This that I highlighted is a range, okay? So that is a range. And if we drop out of this range, okay, let me draw a line at the bottom of this range. You see this area right here? If we drop out of this range, we'll fall down to here, okay? So if this is price over here to the right side, if this drops down underneath this line right here, we magnetize to this middle VWAP. This baby blue middle VWAP line is the most important line on the whole entire screen. And if you break them down, you got this lower VWAP line. This is the bottom lowest -2. Okay, this is -2 standard deviation VWAP. This is -1 standard deviation VWAP, this purple line. The baby blue line is the middle VWAP, which is equilibrium. The purple line is +1 standard deviation VWAP. And then the very top blue one right here is the +2 standard deviation VWAP. Those are the most important lines. When you're in these upper two VWAP lines, you trend up. The only way you ever trend upwards is if you're in these lines or above this blue line, you're squeezing upward, okay? So we are in uptrend. We've been in uptrend, okay, since right here, 5:32 a.m. We broke in to this zone, okay? These are all zones. So we magnetize down to the bottom of this zone, okay, and our key level. That blue line, this blue line is a key level. This is the previous day VWAP band. Every day when you start a new trading session, you get these little baby VWAP bands. And throughout the whole day, they get bigger. Like yesterday's, you see how they got bigger? If you look, we started out baby. See how it was a little baby right here? Every trading session, they're baby and they grow big. And you bounce from the most upper one, and then you come down to the bottom one, okay? That's just the basics here. Now, when you get above the previous day VWAP band, 100% of the time, you go much higher to the next range, okay? And the next range is up into here, okay? So we're in that process. We're above this. As long as we hold above this VWAP band, we will continue to go up, okay? Now, market's about to open in 8 minutes. So normally what happens in this situation is you come down and you retest middle VWAP, okay, to see if we are going to continue upward. Okay, so market opens, you usually come down here into this area. And then if you hold and you don't keep dropping, if you hold support, like price comes down and you hold, we go all the way back up. Okay, every day when market opens, that's what happens. Um, you're either up here or you're down here price, and then when market opens you'll come and you'll test this area. This is the most important area to know where the market's going to go. So if you go above this blue line, you see how we got above it, this baby blue line, we held support. This was a range right here, and finally we broke above this purple line, this zone, and then we're able to start trending up. Okay, same thing. If we're up and we can't hold this blue line right here, we come down, we couldn't hold it, flushed down to this VWAP band. Okay, so it happens like that every single day. Well, now we are in uptrend. Okay, and so I draw all these lines right here because these lines correlate with these bottoms of where we kind of held support and bounce. So they go all the way back here when we got up into this range yesterday. Boom. We broke out of this range yesterday. Okay, boom. And then now we're in this new range. So if we don't hold this area right here, we could drop all the way down to here, here, and here. Okay, these are zones right here. Zone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if we don't hold this area today, we could drop all the way down into these zones. So know that. But right now we're trending up. Okay, so what we want to figure out is when price opens up here in 6 minutes, we want to wait and we want to see if price comes down here, okay, or here. Sometimes it gets down to this purple line if we're in a uptrend, okay. But if we break underneath this purple line when market opens and we touch this line, we have a higher probability of price, coming back up here, rejecting, or coming up to purple line, rejecting, and then continuing downward, okay. So that would tell, the only way I would think we could start to head downward is if price comes down here and touches this line at some point in time today. Okay. But in this situation, we are above this upper previous day VWAP band, and we're starting to hold support and make this range just like we did here. And so what typically happens in this situation, and let me zoom in here so we can get a closer view, okay, is that price is going to, most likely, I think, come down into this area when market opens, and this is going to be a good area or here for buy. So on my trend lines, I like to get buys. Okay, and if we hold support on these dotted lines and these lines, these VWAP bands, then you know you magnetize. Like if I hold support here, I magnetize up here. If I hold support here, then I magnetize up here. Okay, and that's exactly what the market does every single time. And all these little middle lines right here, okay, this is what I call um, like if you're playing football, this is what I would call my blockers, okay? Like my offense alignment. If I can't get above these lines, I won't keep going up. The most important line here is going to be the red one and the orange one. Okay, the minute you drop underneath the orange one, you're gonna drop. If you can't hold the red line, you'll continue to drop. Okay, like here, we dropped underneath the orange, we were gonna drop, but look, we held the red line and we held support on our trend line. But here we didn't hold support on our trend line and we dropped to support level right here, which is our support. We got 3 support bands. We got previous VWAP band, we got our +1 standard deviation band, and then we got our 200 moving average. So these 3 bands together, plus at the bottom of our range support band now, this creates a big like support level. Okay, because we got so many of these bands and lines together. This is a huge support. So if we do drop underneath this line, we're flushing quick down here. So this is where you'd want to hit a red line, okay, to make money going down if we break under here, right here, 25. If you look to the right, it says the price, 25,123.25. If price falls underneath that, if you look over here and you see this is the same thing as price. If price drops below that, then you get into a sell and you take profit here. So you make from here to here. Okay, you make that zone. Now what's happening is market's about to open and we're getting above this trend line. So if we get above here, the next spot it could reject is here, and if we don't reject here, the next spot of rejection is up here around 25,200. And if you look at my lines, look, where did we reject? We came up here, we rejected perfectly on my line. Why? Because this is a resistance level. Okay, usually you reject a little bit before it or you reject a little bit after and you come down. This one worked out perfectly. Okay, sometimes it works out perfectly like that, but usually it's a little bit before or a little bit after. Sometimes it works perfectly and rejects perfectly on the line. Okay, you never trade the first 10 minutes or 15 minutes of trade when you're a beginner. I mean, you can practice, it's fine, but if you're doing real stuff, I never recommend it because price moves so fast. In 1 minute or less, in actually 25 seconds, this price is about to go crazy. Okay. And so I always recommend too, if you are trading, you only enter your trades for like 30 seconds to like maybe 2 minutes, 4 minutes tops when market opens. You don't want to hold them that long. I mean, usually like 30 seconds to a minute is good. You just want to just real quick. See price open, it's coming up. Is it going to reject here and come down? No, it's not. It went a little higher. But it's pushing past through here. Okay, so most likely it's going to get up into here before we get a rejection. So I got a sell already sitting right there to get my rejection. Okay, boom, I got it. Market's moving really slow, but I am in a sell. All right, bye, babe. Have a good day. I don't know why my computer's freezing like that. Okay, there we go. All right, so I am in a sell now. So, and I'm going to add another one around here, 25. This is the rejection zone. And I'm going to take profit right here at this zone. Okay, but I'll add another contract right here. And I'm going to catch that. Now that we're holding above here, okay, a little bit, I will take one profit right there. Okay, and deleverage. And then here's our other rejection zone right here, okay? And I do want to hold that. Okay, I'm deleveraging right there. So we deleverage that. I got a better price, okay? And we are above this zone now, okay? So I do want, if price comes down and it doesn't break underneath here, I'm going to get out, okay? I'll get out of it. But I want price to break underneath here to continue down here so I can make profit on this. And so I've been in this trade for almost 1 minute. So I don't want to be in it too long. I just want to be kind of quick about it. Okay, so it's holding. Let me see if I can get out of it. It's holding above our upper VWAP band, which means now, since it jumped up here, if it holds above here, it can move up here pretty quickly when it's above this one. But the minute it breaks underneath this band, okay, what could happen is when it breaks down and it comes up and rejects right here on the first rejection, then you want to get it a sell downward. But it's looking super duper strong. We hopped up above this zone, this zone. This area will be your next area for rejection, because what will happen is from here, as long as you hold support here, okay, you should magnetize up to this next zone now. Okay. So, however, remember, it's the first 2 minutes in the market open. So price always jigs around a lot, and it just, you have to just, if you get into a trade, you want to get in and just be in and out, because it just move up, down, and you just want to take your profit quick. So right here, we made a high, lower high, lower high, lower high. Okay, if this don't get higher, then this could be a good area for a sell, for a quick snipe. So, the minute it gets above this line, it's smart to cut it, because it could just keep going, flying off the shelf here. Okay, and it looks like it's just going to keep flying off the shelf. So I'm going to get out of that. This is going to be your good sell area right here. Okay, this big long candlestick is showing you that only institutions can do this. So they bought in a lot. It's super bullish right now. Okay. And so I don't like to get into buys this high, because it's just too high and you can come down into here. But if price gets into this zone or into my red line, these are going to be the best areas to do your green lines for buys. Okay. Because if price gets down into here, this is going to be a good bounce area right here. Okay. On our trend line. And now, since we have a new trend line, we can kind of do something like this. Well, you can keep that, I guess. That's a good, but you can also add another one, since we kind of got that. And this is mapping out levels here. Okay, for potential bounce areas. Okay, so I do like to have a bunch of lines on my screen, because it will show me if I don't hold here, then I go here. If I don't hold here, then I go here. And I like to see that. Okay, so this is starting to look like a rejection zone. It's getting weak. It's getting underneath our line here, right here. Okay, so that's looking good. And now this is a new little baby range right here. Okay. This is, so once, if we break underneath here now, this baby range, and we can keep coming down, okay? However, it's getting back up above this line, which could potentially squeeze. So I'm getting out of that. Just quick little snipe. And then now you have this range, okay? So if we break underneath this range, we can flush down into here pretty quickly, okay? So that's what's happening, but it is looking super duper bullish. I do think we're going to get up higher to the next level here. because we're just so bullish. I do think we want to get up here to purple line. Come on. Maybe we can get a better price down here at the bottom of this range and take it up to purple line. And then you could put a stop right here, because if price is, my thing's glitching. Okay, if price drops lower than here, then it will flush down into here pretty quickly. Okay, so you only take this much of a loss and then you make this much of a profit, which is like 5 times the size of your loss. Okay. So that's what's happening. Let's wait. We don't want to chase it. I really would like to get a buy right around here, around the bottom of this baby range now. Okay. And now that we got this, you can always do something like this and draw your trend lines. Like so. Okay. Because the minute you break a trend line, then you flush down to the next main zone. Okay, and that's what's happening right to now. And another thing that you can do, that people do, okay, that I can show you. So from here to here, okay, you can measure, and usually right here at 277, usually you'll get this is called a two-legged move, okay? So you'll get a two-legged move on this up into here, which will be a good place for sell at 277, which lines up perfectly because it's a little bit above our purple line, which is our zone. Okay. So boom, jagalaga. And since we're super duper bullish right now, okay, here's, look, it's getting on our trend line. It's getting on our trend line. See, come a little lower, a little lower. I shouldn't have chased it. I did chase that. And then we want to get this little two-legged move up here. Come on. Now, the minute it breaks this little line, like you could even put like your stop loss like right there. Because if it breaks this little line, then it could come into here, and we don't want that. Okay, we want it just to keep right here, keep above there, and just keep flying upward. And then we can get this two-legged move up into here, potentially. Come on, keep going. And so this green candle needs to get higher than here. If it doesn't get higher than here and it stops about here, okay, just know we could come back down, okay? So you want this green candle to keep getting higher than the next one, like that. Take profit right there. We're just going to snipe these because it's still within like the first 10 minutes of trade, so you really don't want to hold these things too long. There's not really a trend going on here. Okay. I mean, there is a trend, but it's not, you can't trust anything right now. Nothing's trustable. Okay, so I'm just sniping. I'm just a sniper. See how my trades are actually hitting? Golly, like before, like when I was trading, the account, those trades wouldn't hit. They wouldn't process. Like, I'm like, what the heck? That was a problem. I wasn't able to get in and out of my trades like I normally am. Okay, now I do want to put a sell right here at 74. This is going to be a good sell area right here. So I am going to get a sell area right here. And it's just going to be a sniper sell. Is it possible it goes all the way up to 300? It's possible. So I'll do a double one. I'll deleverage just in case, okay? So look, we're hitting our little rejection zone. It should go a little bit more higher past according to our two-legged move up, okay? So Should come up into here and get a good rejection. Okay, so we'll be patient. Should get one more push. Come on, come on. I hope I'm explaining everything good. If you have any questions, let me know. I'm checking my text now, my text messages. So there's a lot to go into this, but this is just the basics and what's happening right now. Okay, and so you want to be able to understand, trend lines and resistance zones. This is a resistance zone because price is below it. But once price gets above it and holds and makes a lot of candles like this, like 4 or 5 candles above here, above purple line, then now the resistance becomes support. And then now you can use it as a barrier to bounce on. Okay, so the resistance, it's resistance right now. We're hitting perfectly right where my purple line is, because that's the resistance that I have. However, price always likes to go a little bit past it and then do this wick. Like you see these little lines right here above the candlesticks, those are called wicks. It likes to wick and then come back down. Okay. The bigger the wick, the bigger the rejection. So if the wick comes all the way up here and as long as this, then you know it was a huge rejection. And vice versa. If you get a big wick downward, the same thing. Those are good areas to enter in, buys or sells. When you have those big, huge wick rejections that are like 20, 30 points. And this is the point system over here, okay? So it looks like we're going to get our one more little pop right here. Come on, pop, 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 pop. Here's the pop, and then we drop. Here's the pop, and then we drop. There we go. Beautiful. Perfect. Right into our rejection zone. I got that. Okay. Now we are perfectly into our rejection zone. We definitely did this double leg move right here. So this is the perfect area for rejection right now. Okay. So this is the time where I want to see price, come and break this little mini trend line now and get into here, get into this zone. Okay. That's what I want to see. If we get past 300, okay, and then especially if we make it past 312, I'm out. I'm not going to hold longer than that for this trade. It's just way too high. It should not, honestly, it shouldn't get past 300. Okay, but sometimes it will shoot up to 312 in this situation before you'll get your big rejection. Okay, so the smarter place to put this would probably be like right around here. Okay, however, I like to play a little risky. Okay. Okay, so what we do now is we wait. Price did hold a nice little, it's trying to hold this candle. If this candle completes in 1 minute, or actually 15 more seconds, and it holds above here, then most likely we'll get into here. Okay. So let's see. 2 seconds. All right. It completed above here. So we're going to get a little higher. Okay. We got up to 85. Now, another important thing to remember in this particular trade, if price does not break underneath our purple line on the next come down or on whenever, okay, then we got a problem. You need to exit the trade because then it's going to hold support right here. Okay, boom, we got that. So that's good. Now we're going to deleverage. Okay, deleverage. We're going to sell one right there. This thing's on a tear. We broke 300. I don't like that. I don't like breaking 300 in this situation. That's actually kind of scary because then we can hit up to 306, 309, 312 pretty quickly in this situation. So I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that. I'm going to do another at 320. And this is called going on tilt. I don't like to go on tilt, but I'm on tilt right now because I don't, I'm on super defense. So I'm trying to get out of one contract right here just to do the deleverage, okay? And then try to catch another one up here and give this a little more room to breathe on this trade. A little more, little more, little more. Okay. So, and this is a squeeze. When you get above this line right here, it's scary because it can squeeze and just keep going like blast. So you got to be extremely careful, extremely on defense mode right now, extreme, because this thing is just pop in, pop in. And we didn't even get down to VWAP to catch this buy. I wanted to catch this buy at VWAP right here. Okay, but we weren't able to do that. Okay, let's get this rejection right here. And now we want to try to get our break evens and deleverage right to here, right to here. Oh my gosh, this is a really bad squeeze. $33. Don't go to 33. It went past our double thing here, which was not good. However, when this thing does start to come down here, we should get a nice, red candle into our purple line or into our 21. If it's super bullish, it only comes to like right here. So let's see. Let's get this drop, please. It went all the way up to 25, 329.25, which is extreme level for this situation. However, we're going to deleverage and get out here, hopefully at like break even. Okay. Thank God we had a little bit of a margin here to play with. This is this should have come down a little bit lower. So that's telling me again, we're just super bullish. Super bullish. It didn't even hit our thing right there. Okay. Come on, give me one more chance. One more chancey. If we go past there, I'll get stopped out on one. I don't want to go up too much higher, and then I'll get another one at 50. And at least for sure, I know I'll get that come down at that point in time. Okay. And also, since we're in the top 25%, and we're actually above, but we're in the top 25% of this area, so that also is a good indicator that we're extremely bullish. Okay. Extremely bullish when we're way up here in this zone like that. Okay, so your areas where it comes down to it holds like right around this blue line right here, the 9, and then keeps firing up in this particular situation. But once we break, if we can break under here, we can flush down into this zone pretty quickly. Okay. Come on, it's getting a little tired. We are getting underneath this blue line, which is a good indicator that we can come down and get a little breathing room down here. So, but the minute we break above this is not good. Once we get above this blue line, it can just keep flying up. And so that's why we're just going to get stopped out on this contract since I'm in 3 contracts after that point, because I don't want to go higher with 3 contracts. I'd rather add another one at 47 and then get that come down, hopefully at that point in time. Hopefully. Okay. So that was a huge pump and squeeze, and it's still going. And so that's fine. We don't want to hold 3 contracts going that high. I'd rather get another one up higher into the 47. Get us, tag us. Come on. Perfect. Perfect. Now we can try to get this come down into here. So now look, this is our new range right here. Okay. Now we just developed this new range right here. So if you wanted to, you could make a little line right there. Okay. Because now this area is like our new little baby range. Okay. So keep that in mind. We are in a squeeze above this upper VWAP band, which is overbought territories. However, if you hold support, and I've seen this happen where price holds support above this and it doesn't even break underneath it, and you just keep flying and keep flying up, keep flying up. But we are at a good 50 level for rejection. So that's why I wanted to add another sell around here. I got it at 47, I think, because this is always a good little rejection level. Okay, so that's why I did that. And hopefully we can get this nice rejection all the way down. And then what I'll do is I'll add another cell right here at the top of this line, okay, for the continuation of this rejection to the bottom of this range now that we are in this range here. $25,350. So we are on an uptrend for today. And so these sales that I'm in right now, I definitely want to be getting out of them very soon so we can ride the buys, because we want to be in buys all day today now that we have the confirmation of buys. Where's the best buy level going to be? Right here around purple or red line. This is going to be your best areas for buys today. Okay, as the price moves up and continues up, okay, eventually we're going to get down into here. And so we want to wait for price to get into here. Even the 21 is good too. Okay, and you can keep a tight stop. If you buy on the 21, you keep a tight stop. And so if it gets below the 21, you stop out and then you get down here. Okay. But we are way past our double leg up. It almost went a triple leg up actually, which, yeah, it did. It went over a triple leg up. So we are due for at least a nice little pullback into our 21 zone here. As long as we don't pop back above this dang line right there. We pop above that line, shoot, it's over. This thing's going to keep going all the way up to the 90s or God knows, all the way up here. Who knows? But I don't like to get buys way up here. It's just way too high for buys. But this is just looking like an extreme buy situation. So we want to hurry up and flip into buys here soon so we can make back our loss, because we were wanting price to get down to VWAP on market open. It did not get down there, did not even give us a chance to get down there. However, that doesn't mean it can't get back down there. It just means it's not getting down there right now. And we won't get back down there until we break underneath this purple line. We have to break underneath this purple line, then get back underneath here for sure to get back under. Okay. Lord have mercy on my soul. Okay, let's see if we can take a little bit of profit right here. And then I'll add another sell right here at the top of this line right there. Okay, there we go. Come a little bit lower. And then I will add a buy right here on the 21. And we'll put our stop right there. So, and we'll try to get this, start riding this trend now upward with our buys on the 21 and in this range here. Okay. And typically in this situation, since we're extremely bullish, we should hold 21 and not even come down here in this situation since we're way up here like this. Okay, we should. However, if we don't, we'll flush real quick. I'll get stopped out. I'll know really fast because it will get real quick. Okay, let's find our next zone. Okay, that's good. That's good. That's good. Come a little lower. Come a little lower. If not, we will add another cell right here. I do think we can get a little lower. Let's go back here to the 15-minute. Look at this. Oh, that is bullish. That is extremely, like typically in this situation, let's go to the 1 hour. Typically in this situation, okay, see, we're getting to this resistance now here too. Okay, into this resistance. This is going to be a good sell area right around here. But typically in this situation, when we go past the 200, this is the 200 on the 1 hour. Typically, we like to come down, retest it. That's what I was hoping for this morning. Retest it, get our buys around, and then ride it up. But it didn't even give us that opportunity. It blew past here. Now, this is your huge support zone. And we got this huge green hourly candle, which is extremely bullish. And oh, let me move that. That line moving. I want to hit one more sell right here. I feel like we can get a little more down, you know, at least into this 21 area, hopingly. Okay, but if not, it may just hold like this. Look, it didn't even bounce on the 21 and just super bullish. So I definitely think now we're going to get into that 100% range that we were looking at here. Let me see if I can find out where that's at right here into here. Definitely think we're going to get up to 25, 420, 440, maybe even 520 today. Okay, just based off everything. And as long as we hold those levels, we will most likely get into that area today. Okay. Yeah, let me move this over. These are our next zones. Yeah, that's definitely feasible to get up into these areas today. Okay. For sure, I think we're going to get into here as long as we don't break under here. Okay. And then we'll just keep riding all the way up. Man, it's just looking like it doesn't even want to come down here anymore. Come on, come down. Now, and also typically after like a big move like this too, okay, we had this big move. Typically after a big move like this and it's 9 o'clock, we're 30 minutes in, price does like to go like this in range, okay, and then build more support and then boom, bounce up again. Okay, so I do want to enter another sell right here at the top of that line. I like to get them at the top of these lines here. Okay. So let's see if we can do that. Get the top of that line and deleverage here. And this was a perfect bounce on the 21. Okay, actually, it didn't even touch the 21, which tells you that it was super bullish. Okay, that tells you right there when we don't even touch the 21 that it's just super bullish. Okay. So, it's highly possible that, let's do this. It's highly possible that we just continue to keep this trend line now, okay? So I put it on this wick, and then I put it on this wick. So this is going to be, this area is going to be our buy area, okay? And our take profit area. So we want to do this, boom. Okay, I want to get buys now right around here on the next come down. I want to get buys right around here to keep riding this up into this zone. Okay, so how many points would that be? If we can get around 320, okay, that's 80 points up to 410, which will be good. A good 80 pointer. I think that can get us a nice, probably close to $6,000 on this trading day for this account. Okay. We are starting to make this little M shape here, so that's telling me it is getting a little weak. Okay, but I would like one more pop into this zone to get these contracts before it comes down would be nice, would be a gift. Okay, if we can get one more pop into your 76 range, 75. Come on. Come on. Don't come all the way down now. However, if it does come down, that's fine. We can just get our buys then. That's fine too. I got to be the patient. I got to be a patient. I got to be a patient. Yeah, it is looking a little weak here. It's looking a little weak. But just short term, temporarily weak, not for the day. We're going up today. So the main thing is we need to see. Well, we knew we were going up today too, but I didn't think we were going up immediately this quick, but obviously we did. We want to find out where can we get a good buy at. I'm hoping this zone here will be a good buy zone. Okay. And which is good. It would be right here, keeping this trend on this little mini trend line. However, like I said, if you break under this trend, then we can come down into here pretty quickly and into here pretty quickly if you don't hold here. Okay. So now we're starting to get three red candles in a row. If we get this third red candle in a row, then yeah, we'll definitely be able to get our mark here. Okay, we haven't had three yet. We had only 2, 2, 1, 1. We haven't had our third. So the third is very important in trading. Okay, because then it could mean, a continuation there. There we go. So now I can I feel comfortable adding another sell because I got a third candle right there, and I can even put a tight stop like right there. Okay. Since I got the third, I feel like typically when that happens, we can go a little bit lower. Come on, man, come lower for me. Oh my gosh, hit my mark. All right, I'm just gonna close that trade. I don't like that it's coming up. See if I can get another one right there. We're gonna play it a little safer since we took a little bit of a loss already. We're gonna play it safer. We ain't going to risk the biscuit. Okay. There we go. There's our fourth red candle. That's good. Come a little lower so we can get into this buy, please. I just want one more little come down on this trend line, and I'll be good. Come on. Come on. Man, this thing don't want to do nothing. We are super buy mode here. I'm about to hop into a buy, actually. All right, I'm just going to get a buy. I'm just going to get this buy. Whatever. You want to keep going up. And then I'll get another one here. Let's get it on this trend line a little more. Oh, now you want to come down. Come on. Come on. Come on. No, not with 20. Not with 20. It doesn't let you do anything with 20. You would at least need like 120 to trade on the MNQ. Okay, now we're breaking through our little line here. Okay, it's trying to crack through our trend line. Come on, come on. Now this is a good buy zone. I should have been a little more patient, but it was looking like it was right about to fire up. I didn't want to miss that fire up here. Okay, so this candle you don't want it to go below here, okay? This candle, you want it to get back up above here, or you can cut it and play it safe and try to get another lower, okay? But on this green candle is very important because you need it to get past here and here and here and so forth. Otherwise, we will reject and come lower. Okay, so this, yeah, exactly. It needs to be like that. I am going to deleverage because I don't want to be too risky right here until I get a true confirmation that we're going to go up. And it's looking like we are. But I want to get that confirmation. And that confirmation is going to be once we make a new high. Because once we make a new high, it's on. We can just keep firing up. Okay, we have to make a new high. Got to make a new high. Got to make a new high. And now I'm just in sniper mode. I'm just going to snipe back. Okay, there we go. That's beautiful. This is beautiful. This is nice. Okay, good. Okay, a couple more bounces on this trend line will give us more verification that we will hold this trend line and continue up higher. So you kind of want to be patient. We got one bounce, two bounce. Let's see if we can get a third or even fourth bounce, and then boom, add another buy and then ride it up. Okay. However, if it does flush and come down, okay, we don't want to go lower than there, because if we go lower than 299.50, most likely we can get into here, whatever, okay? But I am in just one contract. So, okay, look, we got 1, 2, 3 so far, so that's good. Let's see if we can get back up above this 21-day moving average, because once we get above this 21-day moving average, it's on. We're going to fly. If we can't hold this 21-day moving average, we'll flush down pretty quickly. This 21 days is very important right now because it's coinciding with our trend line. And so we need to get above this 21 day and then ultimately the 9-day and these most recent candlesticks to continue up higher. If not, we will come down, lower into here. We're breaking underneath the 21 in this trend. And now we're getting to the bottom of this range. Okay, so I am going to do this, and I will get another buy on our 40-day moving average. I am going to let this play out on this entire range now. We cracked this little trend line here. Okay, so this is bottom of range 1. We could fire up here, maybe, potentially, but I think in this situation, we want to get into this area right here before we do a fire up. So I will add another contract to that. Oh, don't go, come a little. That looks pretty strong right there already. And we're going to play this range right here. We're going to play this full range here. Okay, this is mini range 1, but this is the total range in this situation right here, the bottom of this wick right here, okay? And it coincides with the bottom of our zone, okay? So in this situation, since we're extremely bullish, we should not get lower than this red line right here. In this situation, we should not get lower. Well, actually, we shouldn't even get lower than this purple line, okay? And we shouldn't even get lower than that wick right there, to be honest. This wick right here, we shouldn't get lower than that wick. If anything, we come a little bit lower and power up. But in this situation, since we're extremely bullish, we should not get lower than that. If we do, then it's, likely we can get into here before bounce. Okay, but typically in this situation, if we do get into these areas, I would just be looking for the sell. I would be, instead of bullish, I would turn bearish now, because at this point in time, I'd be like, we're coming all the way down into here, into the bottom of this zone, or close to it. Once we break here, that's what I would think. If we can't hold right here, I would think, okay, most likely we're going to come down into here. And you'll get that confirmation the minute you drop under 25,264. The minute you drop under 25,264, you come down here pretty quickly, fast. You come fast. Okay, but we are extremely bullish, and I think maybe there's like a 30% chance of that happening and 70% chance of us going up, because when you get these big moves like this, that's institutional buying, and they bought in heavy here, They bought in heavy. So that's just going to trend the market up, honestly. And basically that's what's going to happen today. I believe 70% chance will happen in this situation. In this situation, it's looking like we're holding support here. It looks like we're starting to build a little base here. We may just wick down really quick, get my contract, hopefully, and then power up. Come on, come lower, come lower. Come a little bit lower, come a little bit lower. If you notice, price comes down and boom, pushes up real quick. There's a lot of buyers. When that happens, you just know there's a lot of buyers just trying to push this thing up. Okay, now another thing that we can do now too, that you can see, we got this little trend line right there, okay? The minute we break above this trend line, boom, we're going up. Now we can move this line like that. I think I'm just gonna add, it just looks so strong. I'm just gonna add, I just added that contract. It just looks super duper strong, like it just wants to fire up. So I did want to add, and then I'm gonna add another one right here. Okay, so we can play that kick up, kick up, kick up. It just looks so super, even though we have like this sloping resistance right here, okay? It's just looking super duper strong right now. It keeps kicking up pretty quickly. There we go. Okay, bottom of the range here. Bottom of this range. Come on. Come on. Boom. Push up. Push. That was a deep red candle. Don't like that. However, this is the final point we need to push up. I'm going to deleverage on this contract because now all of a sudden we just flipped super bearish right there. I don't like that. And it was looking like it was about to fire up too. Doom. Okay, let me deleverage. I don't like that. If we don't fire up right here and get past up over here now quickly, shoot, this thing's going to drop. We're going to drop. We can get down into here and then probably lower fairly quickly. Now we need to power up above here fast. Really fast. Come on. Once we do get above this point, though, I'm going to add another contract, okay, because we shouldn't have busted down like that so quickly. I didn't like that. That was way too quick. But once we get above here, above the 21, I'm going to add another contract to ride it up because then that's our confirmation that we're going to go back up. We got to break above this sloping resistance right here now. Have to. Quick. Need to do it quick. Come on. It's about to. It looks like it's about to. Once we break above it, that will be our confirmation to go up. Come on. And we'll go up really fast. Once we break above here. We'll go up really quickly. If not, we'll continue this flush downward fairly quickly. So this is the decider point. I didn't think we were going to get this low now because of the institutional buy-ins. All right, we're rejecting, but we're making higher lows, higher low on this candle. We've been making lower low, and then now we finally made higher low. So that's a good indication that we can get this pop now. We made a higher low. So this needs to continue that pattern so we can pop. And then you can put your stops right here. Tight stop, and then let this ride all the way up here to the top. Come on, hurry up. Go. Oh, no, we don't like that. Ooh, it almost stopped us out. Come on, go. Fire it up, you turd. This is the fire zone. All right, I added another contract. Come on. Come on, institutions. Y'all guys already bought in. You can't take back your buys. Come on. I'm going to deleverage. Just to be safe. Let's wait for the full confirmation. No need to be all in if we don't got that full confirmation yet. We got 1, 2, 3, 4 rejection candles. Deleverage once again. This is close, y'all. And then I'll put my stops right here. Sometimes it likes to go a little bit below. And then sometimes it likes to go a little bit below and then fire up. Sometimes. So I don't want to get stopped out before it does this nice fire up. almost there. It's almost there, but it's definitely um, definitely testing every tinge of it here. All right, come on. If we don't fire up right now and get past here, then I'm gonna probably get out of this, the whole trade. Come on, almost there, almost there, almost there. You play this close, extremely close. You got to manage this very close. Come on. All right, back in 2 contracts. I got my stop here. If we break lower than here, then you can do sells and write it down. And you can even put an extra sell right there like that too and write it down into here. It looks like we're going to fire up though. It's almost there. We're holding a support. Boom, 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 boom. Holding a support. It stopped everybody out that was put their stops right here. That's called a little bit of manipulation. Now you can add contracts. That's the confirmation. Boom. Now you fire this turd up. More fire, more fire. Now, the most important thing in this situation is you don't want to drop back underneath here. You need to just continue that fire up all the way up. So I do like to take a little bit of profit on my contracts on the way up. Okay, and as long as price stays above the bottom bar, like right here, the bottom of it, we're good. It will keep, going upward. Okay, you don't want it to go, drop underneath these bars. You just want it, to keep going up. Okay, otherwise it could fake out and flush right down. So keep that in mind. But we're good. It looks like we're going to go. And once we get another higher high above this wick, that will be, the more the confirmation that we're going to keep going up. We've got to get above this 21, which, yeah, come on. You got to get above this 21. Come on. I am going to deleverage. I don't like that. I don't like how we drop another 21 like that. Got to get above the 21, but we're above this trend line though. So, I mean, it can just keep bouncing like we did on this trend line. So boom, I added another contract. Okay, because now it's go time. It's go time. Let's go, guys. Okay, this is where the money's made right here. We got that higher high. We did a bounce on our trend line perfectly. Can it come down here and bounce on the trend line again? It can. Okay, but as long as we're holding this trend line now, we're good. We're good to keep firing up. Okay. And next stop is going to be up into here or most likely all the way up into here. Okay. That's going to be next stop. So most likely in this situation, we'll blow past this. Sometimes you'll reject right here, come down, and then blow past it. It just depends. Okay, so I think in this situation, we just keep blowing. I think, but I've been wrong today a lot. Yesterday I was more on point. But I'm going to take profit here. And if we do get above 61, make it higher high, and we get above this 25, 361.75, I will add another contract at this point and continue to ride it up. Okay. But I want to take the for sure money right here. This is a good area because you have these two bodies. Okay. So these areas are good areas to take profit, come back down, add a contract, and keep riding it up. If you want to do that, I like to do that. That's probably the best way to do it. Just take the money and just keep adding lower because, price does like to jig around, but we do got our confirmation. We broke over and above the sloping resistance line. This is the confirmation to go long, y'all. We held above our upper VWAP, positive 1 standard deviation. We held support here. We did our little manipulation right here. Okay. Can price come all the way down into here and keep riding our trend line? Yes. That's normal. It could happen. Most of the time we squeeze up real fast, but it's possible that we could just keep bouncing on this. But as long as we hold this trend line, no matter what, we go up. Okay, no matter what. This is the trend line. No. And as you see, as time progresses, the trend line, it gets lower. Okay, but this is the new trend line that it bounces off of. But in this situation, I mean, we should hold this zone, these zones like that. We should be in this channel now, like that. Okay. However, like I said, it could, in what we call market manipulation, is that it does like to come down and trick people sometimes and kind of wick. So that's why I got my things a little lower, because I don't want to get wicked out real quick. Let's go. Blow up. Blow up. Take me higher. Take me. That's right, Richard. We are above the 21. When you're above the 21, we blow and go, y'all. So we did come down to the bottom of this range. Okay. We came even a little bit lower than the bottom of this range, just slightly below our 50 on the 1 minute. Okay. And then now we power up. Okay. This is the power up, y'all. This is where the money's made. Some people wait for this right here and they don't trade all the in between, which is smart. Okay, it's smarter. I like to trade every little thing sometimes. However, buckling down and being a little more disciplined when I need to build back portfolios or whatever. Okay. So I took profit on one contract. I got 2 contracts left. Okay, this is the next rejection zone, like right around here. And then I'd like to add another contract like on the 9. So when you're super bullish, you ride the 9 and the 21. Okay, if you see this, look, we was riding the 9. Okay, bounce on the 21. Same thing in this situation. If we're super bullish, we're not going to get below the 9 or the 21, y'all. Okay. So just keep that in mind. Like, some people are like, at the minute we get underneath the 21, I'm out. Or the minute we break underneath the 9 when we're super bullish, I'm out. That's a good strategy. People trade like that. Everybody has their own strategy and their own way of trading. That's a strategy. That's what people do in this situation. It makes sense. And I recommend it too. If you're not quick at managing trades when things get a little dicey, okay, because things can get dicey, but as long as you know your levels on where the dice can go to and how low things can go before they just fall off a freaking cliff, that's what's key. And then you can make your decisions on if I'm going to cut or hold and that sort of thing. Because right here, this situation, when we were down here, I was going to cut. I had a feeling it was going to come a little bit lower this time. I seen the manipulation. Sometimes it doesn't do that. Sometimes it just goes up. Just depends. They change it up all the time. Okay. For maybe we'll do this for 3 or 4 weeks, and then in 6 to 12 weeks, it will only do this and it won't manipulate down, and it will. So it all just depends. So here's our bounce on the 9. I added another contract. I'm going to put a stop slightly underneath the 21 on my 3rd contract because I don't want to go that low. Okay. With 3 contracts, it's yeah. I'm even going to take profit on this contract right here. Okay, don't want to be too greedy, and buy another one lower if I need to, because for me right now, price is moving a little slow. It should have just rapid fired right up, So I will get another buy on this purple line here too if price does get down there. But usually you get a nice rapid fire up here in this situation. So let's see if we can get that. And like I said, if I do, you can even do something like that where if price does get a little bit above 61, you have a buy so you can, because the minute you get above here, people are buying and pushing that thing up quick. Okay, quick. It usually happens very fast, kind of like this morning, super fast. Okay, so in this situation, I see, let me delete that. I don't need that line no more. In this situation, I see price do two things. It either blows up real fast and keep going up, or we get into this zone right here, okay, around the 50s, 51. We'll get into this zone, reject, come back down, hold this support line that we made, okay? This is the new support line. Reject, come back down, hold this support line, then fire up and make it another W. Okay, kind of like it likes to make these little W's, okay? Kind of like so. So it can do one or two things. It could just boom, fire up. It could come here, stop, come down, bounce on trend line, boom, fire up, okay? Those are the two scenarios at this point in time in this pattern that price normally does. All right, y'all. If you have any questions, I'm looking at my text messages now. I hope I'm explaining this. I hope it's making sense. Please ask me any questions if you have them. But just know this, we are in the upper zone. So this purple line and this blue line, this is the upper zone for trend up, guys. So as long as we're in this zone, that's why I love these lines. I can't trade without them. Because I know as long as I'm in these zones, okay, we can come down to these zones a little bit below them. But as long as I'm in them, we go up. The minute we don't hold them and we break key level, what happens? You flush down here quick to the bottom of here. And this right here, just so you see this big, this is called a FVG, a fair value gap. Okay. Price does like to magnetize down here. Okay. Will we get it today? I don't know. No, maybe, who knows? But whenever price does get in this FVG, this fair value gap right here, we will get a nice bounce. Okay. Whenever price gets back down here. So always mark these big fair value gaps right here. Okay. The pros like to trade these right here. The pros wait for these fair value gaps. They wait for price to come down to them or up to them, and they enter their positions. Okay. Okay. So we have a flat top right here. I was hoping we get a little bit higher into this zone. Okay. I was too busy yapping. And I didn't take my, I should have took a little bit of profit on one contract. However, that's fine, whatever. As long as we hold, this trend line right here into this zone, then we fire up. That is not good. Breaking underneath that like that, yeah, that's not good. That is not, this crack underneath here, I'm gonna start looking for deleverage. I do not like that. This should have respected this line. Okay, so I'm hoping we can get back up there quickly because I don't feel comfortable being like that. We should have respected that line right there. Go, fire up, fire up, fire up. But we do have this flat top right here, which is a good indicator. It is a good indicator that we'll start to fire up. Okay, I am going to close that contract. I don't like that. And you know what could happen? We see this trend line all the way down here. It could go psh, and then fire up. Since we're in this situation right here, that could be a sticky situation. Okay, because it has the ability now to come all the way down into here and then fire this turd up now. We're still bullish, Okay, and I've seen that happen before. But yeah, that's the situation. And now that it has to, this rejection here is not good. You don't want to be rejected. You want to hurry up and get, there you go. Yeah, that's what you want to do. You want to hurry up and get above there like so, because then you can just keep firing up pretty quickly. And I do like this flat top though, because these flat tops, we always just, cruise through them fairly quickly. I will put a stop right here on my third con. It is looking bullish. Even though we did break this trend line, we did hold this area right here. So, that is good for bullish. Continuation. So it's just taking its time now because we had such a fast run up. Now it's just kind of taking its time and ranging before it makes that next big move upward. However, okay, we don't want to break underneath here. Okay, we do want to hold. We do want to hold that. So I will add another stop loss right there if that happens, because I don't want to break. I don't want to break underneath there. And so if we break underneath here, we're going to flush down pretty quickly. Fairly quickly into here, into this bounce zone. Okay. Okay. It is building this little mini trend line here. Now to fire up. And then we do have like this W, this perfect little W kind of forming here for winner to win and go up. Okay. A W for winner chicken dinner. Okay. However, we are below this purple line right here, which when we do get back up into this zone, if we don't break past here with the quickness and we reject, get out, because this is going to come down. We have to get above this purple line in this situation. Okay, and typically you want to get past it quickly. You don't want to come here and reject fast, because you get a fast rejection right here. You get a fast rejection back down. Okay, so keep that in mind too. It's okay to get a little bit below this purple line. Nothing's perfect in trading, but you don't want to reject on it, is what I'm saying. You want to just quick with the quickness. Okay. That's what you want to do. Okay. And then remember, always keep in the back of your mind, we had big, huge institutional buying. On days like this, where you just go up 3 times the size of your, what is that called? Like your double leg or your measured move, they call it. Sorry, measured move up. We did 3 measured moves up. I mean, that's huge institutional buy-in for continuation to get up into here today, okay, soon. And then when we get up into here, okay, into here, maybe even into here, we'll see how far we go. Then you can pull back, and then this is going to be your range, okay? This whole thing will be like your range. You'll be ranging. So you want to get buys at the bottom of your range, and you want to get sells at the top of your range. Okay, however, if price gets above here, above 520, 518, what happens? Boom, you blast all the way up higher into the next zone, and we'll have to figure out where that zone is by looking left. Okay, but right now I need to pay attention, because I need to make sure I'm managing the trade properly in this situation. Okay. Okay. Gotta manage. Oh, check in something really quick. Okay. All right. Boom. All right. Time to fire this little turd up again. We made the nice W. Okay. It is looking like a beautiful W here. I am going to sell one contract here just in case we come back down again. I can add another one. Come on. Come on. Keep it going. Yeah, this thing looks like it's just going to fly, guys. So I just, whatever, added another contract. It just looks super bullish again. You got a perfect W kind of shape looking here. So just looks really nice to just keep flying here off the shelf. We cracked through this. So I do like the little crackaroni and not the hard rejection on the 1 minute. It's wiggling. The price is on a wiggle, a wiggle. But as soon as we get above this purple line, we're gonna fly quickly. Hello? Hey, how's everything going? Oh, okay, cool. Oh wow, that was quick. And how do you feel with the nitrous? Mm-hmm. Mm. Ah, he was acting. Oh, yeah. Oh, I appreciate that. I really do. Okay, I'm glad I had that in there then. No. All right. All right. All right then. Well, I appreciate you. Thank you. I'm glad Noah's good and okay. Hey. All right. Well, drive safe and then yeah, if Noah goes to the nurse, then I'll let you know. Yeah. Yeah. Hopefully not. Yeah, yeah, I think so. Okay, cool. All right, then. All right, love. Bye. All right, all right, all right. So now we're making little W's within W's, which is good. And so I'm gonna add another contract and get a little greedy. And then I'm just gonna ride this up here, y'all. And then I'm gonna add another one on my other account. And then we're gonna ride that up here too. Okay. Boom. Let that ride. We should have a nice push at this point in time. That it's been doing all its wiggling. All its wiggling. All its wiggling. Yeah, at this point in time, like it's, yeah, needs to go. We've been extremely patient. Oh my gosh, just go already. Godly. I mean, in this situation, we're going to go up as long as we don't break underneath here. Okay. So even though it does all this little wiggling now, all this bull crap, as long as we don't break under here, okay, here, we go up. In this situation, we're going to get a nice blast up. It just, taking its time. It's 9:48. So market's already like super duper acting slow, but let's say given the next 20 minutes or so, 30 minutes tops, I mean, we should get this nice push up by 10:14 at least. If we're not pushed up by 10:14, shoot, it won't be good. So 10:14 a.m. Shoot, we should be pushing up here by like soon, any minute. 10, 9:55. Come on, Vortimir. And yeah, we've been building a nice base and we're really holding right here, and the buyers are really pushing. It's looking like it wants to come down here and touch into this zone one last time before a pump, possibly. So I will add a fifth contract right here if that happens. Look like about to happen. Come on. But like I said, I'm like 75, 80% sure this thing's gonna just fire up here and that we won't get lower than here. Got it. Now this is the time we need to fire up with the quickness. quick. However, if we do get another rejection right around here, I'm out. Okay, that would be the third rejection. And if we can't get higher than here, you have to close it, because that's 3 rejections in a row. It wouldn't be good. I'm gonna deleverage here because I have 5 freaking contracts. So I do want to deleverage. I don't need that many. Come on, come a little higher. Come a little higher. Okay. And then I could put a con right there. And then have 2 to ride up. And then re-enter once we get past the purple line. Come on. Come on. I know you can go a little bit more higher than that. Yeah. And I hate when it does this. Come on. Oh, wow. Look at that. That is not good. Oh, yeah, it's dropping. I'm out. That was not good. That is a drop. Did we crack? Yeah, it cracked underneath it. Look at that. Yeah, we broke this. I mean, shouldn't have done that. So because it did that, we should continue to fall. And we may get down here to the 200 now. It should have not have cracked right here. So because it did that, maybe we get down here. Here is going to be your next good buy zone. But that's crazy. That was some buffalo. We should have got at least another rejection up into here. It typically gives you that. Okay. But yeah, this thing just turned super weak all of a sudden. Did Trump say something? What does Trump say? I'm checking True Social. Democrats shutdown is killing the blue states. Oh my gosh. Okay, no, that wasn't recently. Now, since we broke this level right here, I don't trust it to continue to go up. This was a huge key level right here. It shouldn't have broke. Yeah, let me change my other. Boom. Okay. Okay, y'all. Now I'm going to get back into scalping mode to revive. Now, once we break under this purple line, it's on the dump. Okay, down into here. So I really want to see if we can do that. And we should continue to stay underneath here, like so. We shouldn't hop back. If we hop back above that, we can fly up pretty quickly. Okay, we should remain in this channel. And also, look at this, how deep. Okay, this is not at a 45-degree angle downward. This is like straight down. So that's an indicator that we could continue down fairly quickly once we break under purple line. And that will be the confirmation that we are going to go down faster once we crack purple line now, y'all. And then you can have tight stops like here, like right, you shouldn't get above there. Come on, come on. I don't know how, with all the institutional buying that happened, that we wanted to crack down to purple. Purple, yurple. Oh, hello? Hey. Oh, okay, yes. I sent them to you. Okay. Okay. All right. I see. Okay. So we hop back over this trend line here. If we don't get a hard flush downward quick, then back up we go. Back up we go. Ain't that some? Ain't that some? Ain't that some? Look at that. Get back over the 21. Yeah, this thing should have flushed right here really quickly if we were going to keep flushing down here. Okay. And this came outside of our range it hasn't been doing this in a while. It hasn't done this. Usually it holds right here and plows up. So maybe we got a cycle change, because this should have went fired up, but now it looks like it's going to fire up. Now, I thought Trump posted something, but he didn't. He didn't post nothing yet. Well, I still see the W here. It's just ass backwards. The W is still intact in this situation. Okay, and we'll get a confirmation of going all the way up once we get above this line now. Have to get above this line. Okay, to keep going up. Got to. Okay, see if we can make back all our losses and more. That was a nice little rejection to be expected. I'm going to add another contract there. Can we push this turd up now? Sheesh. All right, y'all. All right, y'all. Let's go. Let's go. We've been patient. We've been extremely patient. Let's go ahead and actually let's do this here. Let's do this, y'all. Here. Here. I know I got all these lines on my screen. I'm going to put a tight stop here on that. In there. And I do want to add one over here for the come up. Boom. I'm looking at volume. The volume is low. So, and that's not good if you want this thing to go up. The volume's low. We should have higher volume. So if we can't get volume past middle point here soon. All right, bro, master, we'll see you. I'm not going to the gym yet. I need to get this move. There's a big move coming. I can't go to the gym yet. I want to get this move before I go to the gym. I was checking Truth Social to see if Trump posted anything crazy, but I didn't see anything. Typically, when the market starts acting a little funny and not sticking to its rules that good, you could get some presidential verbiage that could affect the markets here. Okay. Yeah, if we can't hold 25,280, if we can't hold above that, then this thing comes back down. Okay, so I'm just going to exit here. I don't want to take too much of a risk on that account yet. 25,280 is a very important level for the continuation upward. And obviously 25,262. But typically, if we can't hold 25,280, you're going to break through 262. Typically. So I just can't get out of the back of my head that we had big, huge institutional buying and the market's not freaking flying up and trending up like a machine. Like we should be flying up with all that institutional buying today, and we should have been on a straight trend up. But we are below our VWAP band here. And if we can't get above that VWAP band, okay, on this push right here, market will come down. It's just all there is to it. Okay. It's just all there is to it, guys. There's nothing we can do about it. You just got to switch the sales and ride this pony back down to, this zone here, into this area. Maybe into this fair value gap right here. Probably into that fair value gap. And then we can make our money there, because one or the other is going to happen. I mean, I don't think we're just going to chop sideways like this. I think for sure it's early enough that we're going to get one of those moves here today. So we just got to be ready for it, and you got to wait, and you got to, obviously we're still bullish. We're above the 200. Yes, we're below our zone, but we're about to find out if we're going to reject it right now. So, and if we reject it, we get in sales down to VWAP, down to the fair value gap. That's what we're going to do, y'all. Come on. And if we do come down here and hold support again, then I'll get into another buy and just keep doing these little snipers, whatever. A sniper. I'll keep doing the little sniper. Okay. So now we got our little baby trend line starting to form again. Again, it's lining up with our 280 area. Again. A sniper. Okay. Give us our move that we want. Give us our move. We want some sort of confirmation here. Where are we? $25,370. Come on, we can get to 400, 500. Come on. Got this ugly looking W looking thing, man. If we can't get above this VWAP band here, down she goes. Okay. It's almost looking like that. Have you noticed these bands were going straight up? Okay. Now we're turning horizontal. Horizontal bands indicate this range right here. However, when you have horizontal bands, then a big move comes. Either the bands are going to turn downward or they're going to start to head back upward. So just know the big move is coming. We want to catch this big move. And we're just stuck in these middle zones right here until we can break either up or down. Oh, well, let me see what's going on the news today. Let's check the news here. Let's see what's going on. Excuse me. Shut those lights off. Turn on the news. Let's see. Let me check on this over here. What's the yields doing? What's the 10-year and 2-year yield doing right now? Okay. That 60% of sales on Amazon come from independent sellers. Yields are down. That's good to go up. Shop small business on Amazon. To remind you that 60% of sales on Amazon come from independent sellers. John from Newport Beeswax will like 60 candles for Mark and Ethel's 60th wedding anniversary. Mark, Ethel. Shop small business on Amazon. That's big tech. Bitcoin's going up. VIX is down. Russell's down. Crypto's going up. QQQ. Designing them to remain strong, preparing them to weather the ups and downs of the market. That's what sets our active ETFs apart. Particularly rooted at the core of the portfolio. They're meticulously crafted to endure. Capital Group, actively different, active ETFs. At this point in time, things are pointing up. Nvidia's going crazy upward. Microsoft is going down. Facebook. We got a mixed picture here. Facebook. Meta. Oh, Meta's crashing. C3. All right. So at this point in time, I am starting to lose more faith in the buy scenario. We keep making lower highs. And if we break this area right here, our 280 area, I'm going to sell. I'm flipping to sell because we break out of this range, and we shouldn't break out of this range right here. We should hold this range if anything. Okay, so I'm going to deleverage a contract there because I don't like what I see. And until I start to really see some action, I mean, we are going up because we're in this range. As long as we're above 280 now at this point in time, we go up. However, lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high. We need to make a higher high. We need to get above purple line if we're going to go up. Otherwise, the buys are out. We're going to head down to FVG. Okay. And we did abnormally go higher than normal. We did a three measured move instead of a 2 measured move. So that's not normal. Okay, so yeah. So maybe we do start to come down. We got the 3 measured move up, which is not normal. And if we break, are we breaking under here? 280. We break under 280. Sell. It's sell time. I'm going sell full blown. All right, we're going. Did we break it? Did we break it? Almost. Nope, we didn't break it. Are we gonna break it? Da-da-doo-doo-doo. Okie dokie. Come on, what are you gonna do? This is our spot right here, guys. We can't hold 280. It's over, okay? The buys are done. The buys will be over if we can't hold 280. If we can't power up and make a move, the buys are done. Ooh. Come on. What are we doing? Okay, that looks weak. I'm going to enter sell. That just looks so weak. And then we're going to ride this. We're going to ride it down. Let's get down here to 250, y'all. It just is just looking so weak. I know I entered my sell a little early, but these candles just look so weak. We just keep making lower highs. We still are holding right here, though. This is the zone it needs to hold, but it's just looking super duper weak. We're below our 21. Okay, we're below our trend lines. We're making lower highs. I think it's time just to let this thing fall off a cliff now. There we go, like that. Come on. Oh, hell no. Well, we just made a higher high. So we didn't break our 280. We got to get past this zone now and keep it moving. Come on. Keep it moving. Keep it moving. Nope. Back down again. Back down she goes. It's about to go. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So at this point in time, it's just indecisive. We're right about to make a big move up or down, and we're very close to that move. Um, we're holding above 280. Um, so in my mind, as long as we're above 280, we're going down or we're going up. But I just don't trust it. Um, and I want, we keep making all these lower highs, lower highs, lower highs. We keep breaking underneath the 21. We can't hold above these lines. And so I think we go down. So we're about to see right here. It's about coming to a move right now. It's about coming to a move right now. It's almost there. This right here. We break underneath, boom, down. Okay. Once we break underneath, if we hold this up, okay, that's where we're at. And it's about to make a big move. The move is coming. So we want to be ready where this is the area we need to hold above to keep going up right here. Shouldn't get lower than there. Yeah, well, I wish I was having a better day. Yesterday, if you watch yesterday's video, oh my gosh, it was perfect. Oh man, I killed it. Every single level hit 100% more. Uh, oh, yesterday, or if you look at yesterday's video, you'll see. Oh, today, no, I'm down right now. Okay, here, this is looking like the pump up right here. Finally, okay, here we go. Here's the pump up. I'm back long. That looks powerful. We keep holding. I'm back long. Um, today's been really tricky, but this is looking powerful now. This candle's looking like it's about to rocket off. We keep holding right here. So it should fire up. It's very, very tricky right now. Extremely tricky. But um, we are making this little thing right here that I like to see for the power up. Godly. Okay. The move is coming now. But remember, if this trend line, this little baby trend line is cracked, then down we go. Okay, this is the range. As long as we're in this range, okay, this range, we go up. This is the range. Okay, it's just been so freaking tricky and indecisive right now. We should have got this move right here to keep powering up. I don't know why we didn't get that. We normally typically get that move pretty easily. However, it's waiting till like 10:30. Hopefully we don't gotta wait till 11:30 for this move, but sometimes that happens. It sucks. Um, but you just gotta be patient and you want to be in early so you can let this thing ride. Okay. But we'll really have this confirmation once we get above purple line, because once we get back above purple line, it's off to the races, and then we'll fly up super duper quick. We should hold that trend line right there to keep going up. Come on, let's go. Let me delete that line. You don't need that. Okay, so if we can hold up, typically if we can hold above here, fire up. If we don't, fire down. This is it. This is called an ascending triangle here. It has to make a move either up or down out of this angle right here. Okay. It has to make a move. It's going to go break up. Sometimes it breaks up, fakes, and then drops. Sometimes it'll break up and just go. Sometimes it will break down, fake, and then go up. Okay. That's what's going to happen. One of those scenarios, but you just got to watch it. And the minute we get the break, that's where we go. But if you break up and then break back down underneath here, change quick, because then it's a fake out. It would be another fake out if that's the case. So look, we came up, we rejected. Okay, we come down. What are we gonna do? Are we gonna hold support, or we're gonna flush through? It's boxed in. Price is boxed in. It's gonna have to break. Come on. Let's get this move. This move is gonna put us back in the green once we figure out and we get this confirmation. I'm going to deleverage a contract just in case. And once we get this break out of this box, I'm going to enter back in. Right now, I'm entering back in. There we go. We broke out of the box, so for me, that's good enough to enter back in. Okay, and we should continue up now and keep it rolling. And it's good enough for me. And we'll put a stop right there. And I will put my other stop at 278. Just in case. Okay, so I mean, overall, if you think about it, institutional huge buying this morning, the trend in always like 80-90% of the time, like 100% of the time, not 100, but a higher percent chance when you have big buying, institutional buying this morning, you go up, you trend up. Yeah, we got an FVG below us, okay, but doesn't mean we need to go touch it today. Doesn't mean that. As long as we hold this range, I mean, we go up. We've held this range. So we should get this big move all the way back up into, hopefully 480, 500, 25,500, 480, 520 by the end of the day, and we keep this trend up going. However, if we do reject right here and we can't get if we have a quick pull down and we don't crack through, then switch back to sell, because you have to get above here to keep going up. So there's our confirmation. We got a candle close outside. So once this candle close, well, we don't got a candle close yet, but once this candle finishes and closes, that's a good confirmation that we're going to continue up. Okay. So this candle will be done in 30 seconds. And so once that happens, that's a good confirmation um, that it's going to go up. But usually when you get two to, I would say 2 to 3 candle closes above this line on the 1 minute, because it takes 1 minute for the candle to close. So as long if you can get 2 to 3, it's even more better confirmation that we're going to go up. Okay, and then obviously once we get above purple line, boom, we go up. That's where it flies. Okay, so we got a perfect entry. Okay, we're gonna continue to. We got one candle close outside of our box. Now in this situation, have I seen prices come all the way? Yeah, I've seen it do that. But you want to hold above this box, and then this is also a good area to add. And then also you can put a stop loss like right there or something. Okay, but we should hold above this area now and continue to fly upward and make a new high. We want to make a new high because once we make a new high right here, it's on. Everyone's buying. This thing's going to push up real fast once we get higher than this point, this green line right here, 25,361. Okay. But we need to watch closely now for this rejection right here. If we get a rejection right here, back down we go. Okay, so we need to get above here now. It's very important. It sucked that we came all the way down here. Usually you don't come down here. After you build all this right here, you see how we built? Usually you don't come all the way down here, but it did. This is manipulation. So this is accumulation, manipulation, and then trend up. So if that's the case, this manipulation right here and then trend up, that lines up perfectly with structure and with trading idea and with all the big guys and with how everything always happens in the market. You got accumulation, manipulation down here, then trend up. And so that will line up perfectly with this structure happens all the time on a smaller time frame, and then on the bigger time frame it happens over and over and over and over. It's been happening ever since the market began in the 1900s. It's the same freaking pattern that they do on the bigger scale, bigger scheme of things, and smaller scheme of things. So rejection here, I don't like that. I'm selling out of one of my contracts because I don't already like the rejection here. Okay, we didn't even touch this and we're already coming down, which is a bad sign because I mean we should be flying up at this point in time. However, as long as we hold this trend line right here, it's fine. The minute we start cracking through underneath that trend line, I'm out and I'm switching to sell. I'm out. I'm out. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Okay. I do like that. I do like that. Yeah, I did not like that because at this point in time, it could have just flushed really quick. Okay, but we didn't. We held our trend line pretty good, so that's good. But I seen that happen one too many times where it just gets right here and flush. But this is good. This is a good candle right here. As long as we're holding here, we're good. Come on. Come on. Be a good candle. Be a good candle. This candle needs to make higher than here. That's not a good candle. That's not a good candle. They're really, really testing our patience on this here. Now, if you look, we don't like that. I'm out. I'm switching to sell. Why did I switch to sell? Because this red candle took out this green candle. So now the sell wins. So this was a fake up to go down. So I think now we're just come down here into here. This red candle took out this green candle. It won the battle. This was a fake out. Now we should really get our move down now. This is the move. This should be the real move down now. This green candle should not beat out this red candle. The minute that this green candle beats out this red candle now, then this whole sell idea stops. Oh my gosh. Why do I have to have a bad day today? Why? I'm going to let this candle close. Okay, this is good for the sell because we don't want this green candle to finish bigger than this red candle. And you don't want this second candle to finish bigger than this. Because if that happens again, then we go back up. I hate to say it, but that's just how it goes. You know, that's just how it goes. But this is yeah, this candle should not take out this right here. Okay, it should not finish big like that. Because if it does, then boom, back up we go. Like that, godly. This is just a really, really terrible trading day here. Because now look, this is just crap. This right here, the minute you get back above here like we just did, boom, back off to the races up again. I hate to say it, but that's just how it freaking goes, man. Because we're so close at this point in time to just freaking flush. So close. But now we should continue to up now. We should have this continuation, but we'll get the next confirmation once we hold above here. Okay. And that is just the way it goes. I'm going to take a little profit just to take a bit of profit because I'm getting down. But we broke good. This candle should not come down here again like that. It should continue to just keep coming up. All right, let's go. Let's make new highs. Let's pump. Please, let's get this done, y'all. So, we're going to get this pump. We got to watch this area. We don't want to get rejections around in this area. This is why I'm going to be taking profit around here now. Okay, and I'm just gonna automatically assume in this situation that we're gonna fly up into here and hopefully keep making new highs here. Okay, so it sucks that they did so much yip yapping right here, but we got our confidence right here. Right when we broke this situation right here, boom, I knew it was coming back up again because this was like 50-50 all over. Like, oh, we broke underneath our trend. It's about to just keep coming. And then we broke here, so that's good. So now we just have to get higher than here and here and here and keep going, which we should. We should. I'm going to take profit just in case. It's 1042. Now we should be riding this 9-day moving average, hopefully, and just keep the 9 and the 21. We shouldn't be getting lower than this 21 again. We should keep riding it. So if we do, then there's some more freaking manipulation and messed upness. Okay, but I mean, honestly, this is the time now. We should just keep firing up. Okay, so that's good. We're cracking through here. That's good. So that tells me that we can continue up into these zones and hopefully get this nice big push that we've been waiting on. I like these smaller candles too because when they're smaller, green like that, they usually continue to go up pretty quickly. You just don't want them to turn big and red. You want them to stay small and green. Go, 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 go. Come on. Almost there. Almost there. Fire up, fire up. Fire up. Come on, y'all. Go. We put in the work. We put in the time. We were patient. We worked very hard. We understood. We understand what's happening. We've been extremely patient. Now is our time. We got 1, 2, 3 little rejections here, but that's fine. As long as we hold above this area now, which is an order block right there. Okay, as long as we hold right there, okay, we should continue to be good to fire this turd upward, okay? But we should not get lower than this zone now, okay? This is our zone where we can just continue to keep going up. We've been extremely patient. It's 10:45. We already had all the freaking fake outs and manipulation and configuration to try to figure out what the heck this thing was going to do. No, it's time to get paid. Get us to the 6,000 that we need here. About to the pad out of the wall. Come on, fire up, turd nugget. There we go. Come on. Go, 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 go. Almost there. Almost there. And another. Come for you, bad boy, bad boy. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Boom. Let's go. More fire, 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 more fire. Go, 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 go. Boom, 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 boom. All right.
When you get car insurance, you get a price based on all these drivers. But when you get car insurance with Lemonade, you get a price based on you. If you drive less, you save. If you drive safely, you save. Whatever your age. You can save by customizing your policy to suit you. And when you need help, we got you. Or at lemonade.com/car.
Where you go should feel extraordinary. Immerse yourself in the finest organic cotton for the most incredible feeling. Let extraordinary take over. And experience
It's 10:50.
only a Bowling
Come on. Fire this turd up. Come on.
From trade to healthcare, from energy to immigration, everything was sold and arranged in order to drain the wealth out of the productive, hardworking people who make our country great.
So the latest data from the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis backs up the president's claim, showing it costs more to live in Democrat-led states and cities. 9 of the 10 most expensive spots, guess what? Democrat-led. California is the most expensive, then followed by Hawaii, Washington, D.C., New Jersey, and New York, rounding out 5 prices. As for the most affordable states,
Yep, trading can be boring. Gotta be patient sometimes. But when the move happens, like it did this morning that I wasn't a part of, it happens quickly. So let's go. Go, 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 go. More fire, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire.
Because since this president took office last year, his reckless trade policies have forced American families to pay more than $1,700 each in tariff costs.
But the data shows that if you do live in a Democrat-led state like California, there's no doubt you are paying more than the U.S. average in taxes, housing prices, rent, utilities, and gas. The list goes on, Steve.
To name just a few. All right, thanks, Ash. A CBS News correspondent suggested that the president
We're trying to get above that upper middle VWAP, standard deviation 1. I don't like that, but if we can turn that around like so, like it should, that's a little better. That's a little better. That's a little better. Come on, just pop. Sheesh Louise. Pop, 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 pop. Pop, 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 pop. There we go. Got those little green candles again. I like those. Them little baby candles. Them little baby candles. Them cute little baby. Not big red ones. The cute little green ones. We like those ones. We don't like those red candles right now. Turn back into a little green one. That's what we like, them little baby green candles. They're so precious. Not them red ones. We don't like those ones. Yeah, well. Yeah, we don't like those red ones like that. Don't like it. Don't like it. I'm about, if I get to negative 2,000 on my account, I'm going to have to change to a different sniper strategy to rebuild back up my margin. Sometimes I feel like I should just do that strategy all the time because I'm always doing it when I get low, and I shouldn't be waiting to hold these freaking trades all the time. And I should just take my 20, 30 points, 15 points, and just honestly do that instead of trying to build up all the time. But yeah, I'm exiting out of one contract. and try to get another one lower here on trend line. But I'm almost to negative. If I get to negative 2,500, I will start doing that. And basically what I do is I pretty much just sell left and right all these candles, and I build back up this. And sometimes I'm thinking about just permanently doing that all the time, because the way the market has been lately. So I always have to do it to build it up. I should just keep doing it and just always just whatever, just take my little profit here, instead of wait for these freaking big moves. It's probably the smarter way to trade, to be honest. Because every single time I have to do that when I get low on my margin. What you want? What you want? Now we are in this channel right here. It's 10:58. 10:58. We are in this channel again. And if you notice, it's been 1, 2, 3, 4. And just remember, if we can't hold this trend line here, now it's this trend line, okay? It changed. If we can't hold this trend line now, well, I mean, it's kind of changed, I guess. It's always been right here. But if we can't hold this trend line, down we go. Okay, so just also know that. I'm going to add another contract. I'm going to sell one right here. Come on. I'm sell out of that contract. It should have popped up right there. It's hesitating. Get one right here. I'm going to buy one right below this wick right here. Just if we can just. Okay, I already got 3 contracts to fire this turd up. We'll have a tight stop right here. You don't need to go lower than there. In there. Come on. I sold another contract because it's just taking too long to pop up. I don't want to get below my 2,500 margin thing here.
glorious American independence. This July 4th, we will mark 2.5 centuries of liberty and triumph, progress and freedom in the most incredible and exceptional nation ever to exist on the face of the earth. And we've seen nothing yet. We're going to do better and better. And
There we go. I like that.
President Trump delivered not just a State of the Union last night, but a statement that America
Go, keep going. Suppose like it's gonna fire up real fast and it starts to hesitate. Like, I don't like that. It's been playing around way too much to the point to where I know this big move is coming, but if we can't get above and hold above this purple line, the move ain't coming up. It's coming back down. So that's why these lines are so freaking important to know where we going. Okay, so we need to continue upward if we're going to keep going up. We have to. Otherwise, back down we go. And honestly, this could just be one of those just slow grinder ups where we're just slow grind all the way up until we finally get our huge pop here. And that's kind of what it's been. Okay, are we going to get it right here? It's kind of looking like it. I do want to have 3 contracts at least. So the purple line is an indicator. It's called the NOM VWAP band, and you add it on over here. NOM VWAP tools. Okay, very important. I can't even trade without these lines because I don't know what the heck's going on without them. But the NOM VWAP bands for me are extremely important because if I don't have them, I can't figure out what's going on here. It's all about these bands because if we can't get above here, the minute we get above here and hold, we're going to come all the way up and most likely up into here. Okay, because you always expand and magnetize to the next band or close to. In this situation, it's so spread out up here, so maybe we only get into here and not fully touch it. Maybe we just get into here, into our zone. So, but if we can't get above it and can't hold above it, you just come back down to here. You expand down to these ones down here in the bottom, this one, and then middle VWAP. Oh, so it's based off price and it's always moving. It's basically like the standard. If you learn standard deviation, it's basically the standard deviation movement of the range of price for the day. So if you have a huge range, which we do today, we have a huge range, meaning price started down, we got as low as 24,992 and we got as high as 25,361, which is a bigger than normal range day. Okay, based off points, how many points is that? 25,361 to 9. So we're like 992 to 361, 300. It's about 350 points, and we're midday. On average, we do about 350 points on the full day, but it's only been about half a day. So we still can go a lot higher. We can make it a 500 point day today. And so the bands are created based off the range and the middle price. This is the middle fair market price right here, the equilibrium. And so the bands are made based off the range and the expansion of the range. And so, but when you learn standard deviation and you have your middle equilibrium, you always have your +1 standard deviation, +2 standard deviation, -1, -2, -3, 4, and so forth. And it's just basically points on the range or the axis of trading that price magnetizes to all the time. And that's where you get a lot of, buyers and sellers around these areas to either push the price up or push the price back down. And I notice over time, over the years, that when you're in these upper two bands, this is when you can keep trending up. And when you're in the lower bottom two bands, that's where you can keep trending down. And when you stay in this band, and this band is when you can range like this and just go up and down and not really trend. And that's what I've noticed over the years. And so if we are going to range and not continue to push up above this band, then potentially we can get down into here or even into here today if that happens. However, I don't think that's the case because we just had way too much institutional buying in here today. Way too much. So typically, majority set of the time when you have such huge institutional buying like that, price always trends. And we usually finish the day, usually hit up around here, may sometimes even into here at the 510 range in this particular type of day. So believe me, price can still get all the way up here today. I mean, the day is kind of just begun, and we're finally about to get this breakout. Or if we don't, then price can end up back down here and then down here and then fling back up from there. But this is the accumulation. It's been accumulating. And so once we break, oh, look at that breakdown. Look at that breakdown. Shoot, over here yapping. Once we break, okay, we're gonna get a move here. Okay, that was another manipulation move downward. Okay, to stop out all the buyers. There's probably so many buyers in the market right now that are trying to push it up. So they stopped everybody out. This is another manipulated move right there. It's like a FU candle. Market's been extremely tricky today. Oh, I think it's going up. At this point in time, we're going up. We're trending up. Yeah, at this point in time, we're going up, and we're about to finally, make that decision here to keep pushing up. You know, I think we're going up as long as we're, in this trend line right here, and we're now if we break underneath this trend line under here, and if we break down and can't get back up here, then I think we're going down. But at this point in time, I think I mean, you always have to trade with the trend, even though it may look like, oh, well, they keep kind of pushing down. It doesn't matter because as long as you're on the trend line right here, you go up. It's not until you break under this trend line and you can't get back above this trend line, then you push all the way down. Then you'll push down. Typically, when these lines are like this, right here, how they're spread out, typically you come about like right here, okay, in the middle, or you'll come right here before you'll get a nice bouncer, change of direction back up. Okay, so if that does happen, which is looking like, again, it may want to do that. This has been a very slow day. If that does happen, if that does occur, and we break this trend line right here, those areas into these areas here, 520, 200, that sort of thing. But right now it's up. Everything's up. Everything's up until we break underneath this trend line right here now. Everything's up. And we should get this pop soon. I know I've been saying it, but I mean, we should get this pop. And this right here, this manipulation right here to stop everybody and to push up, Come on, get us go. Go. Get us go. 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 Get us go. Excuse me. For me, yesterday was a much better and more exciting trading day. I love trading days like yesterday. They're so easy. Um, it was more textbook. It was everything played by the rules perfectly. Um, and so I love days like yesterday. Today I missed. I knew we were going up today, but I didn't think we were going up so quickly. I wanted at least a pullback. We never got that pullback. It flew straight up. So and I totally missed it, and I was too busy trying to get that pullback first, and I totally missed it today. Um, Sometimes I do catch those things, and I can focus on them and get them. Um, I just wasn't focused enough today. I wasn't locked in. I didn't, when I go back and review and see what I missed, I'll figure out what I missed of, what I missed today on all that. But I'm sure I did miss something that gave me that confirmation that we weren't going to have a pullback. Okay, so now that we're finally back up above here, this is a good area to add contracts, okay, and make back the difference on, the loss, if there's any losses that have occurred. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to start taking profit on the way up and then keep buying back lower. And since the market has been moving very weird today, and ever since the first run up this morning, it's been very clear like this. So I'm just gonna assume that it's gonna be like up and down, up and down, up and down, and I'm just gonna try to do these sniper trades like that, and just do these up and downs with it. Okay, so here's another up and down. Try to get these ones down here.
Look, if you're putting money in the stocks and you're getting productivity out of companies, everyone can be a millionaire. Taylor, purchasing power, TJX.
It would be nice at one point in time. It's probably gonna happen once we get above here, potentially, where we can just finally just whoosh, real quick. Um, I mean, there's been so much accumulation right now that we should get a nice big fat push fairly quickly up here. Should. Go, 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 go. Go, push. I do got 4 contracts, so I don't want price to go lower than there. Shouldn't. But I don't want it to go lower than there with 4, so I'll close out one and buy one back there if that happens. Which it looks like it is. Again, golly, man. It's just such a This is one of those days where you just buy your one contract and that's it. You just hold it. You put your little stop loss in it. Well, if you'd have got it here, okay, then you put your little stop loss in right here and you walk away. Okay, like if you'd have entered right here, okay, you put your stop loss right here, and you just let this thing just grind up slow freaking all day. Because right when we entered here, when we figured out it was going up, a pullback means a drop down line and then go back. Yeah, a pullback is just a minor little pullback to trend line. Yeah, that's all a pullback is. Um, like on the smaller scheme of things, you just get like these little pullbacks to trend line, pullback. This went under trend line. This was manipulation, but these are just little pullbacks, and then boom, you keep firing up. But it's very important that we can get above here, and we don't. If we're gonna reject, they like to reject around this area hardcore, the 355 area, the 350 to 355 area. If price can not get higher than 355 or 350 area, automatically assume we're going to head back down. They love to bring price to right here and then drop it. Okay, so also keep that in mind. When we get up into here, we should fly up quickly. Um, if we get up into here, we should fly up quickly. We shouldn't have big, huge rejections here. If we do, which the way price has been moving today, it's looking like we may. If we do reject here, then I would take profit around here and then buy another contract around the purple line, because if it should hold here and keep going up if we're going to go up. Okay, but if the minute it breaks underneath purple line and can't get back above the purple line, when you get up into this point, then you can come all the way back down to this area or this area. Okay. And so here we didn't get higher than here. If you look closely, I don't like that. This did not get higher than this. It came a couple points below. I don't like that. You want to hurry up and see you break higher than this point here. Otherwise, this comes back down again. Okay, so you do want to see that get higher and hold higher like that. Keep going. We do want that. Nothing, no push, no nothing, no push, no nothing. It is just one of those days, y'all.
You are between 45 and 85. You automatically qualify for up to $25,000 in life insurance.
What time is it? 11:20. I mean, we are getting to the point as far as time, 11:20 a.m., and we haven't had like a big move. Now we're getting to the point to where we should start to see like this big move now, like soon.
Many Americans are also concerned that energy from AI data centers families could unfairly drive up their electric utility bills. Tonight, I'm pleased to announce that I have negotiated the new ratepayer protection.
The ratepayer protection.
We're telling the major tech companies that they have the obligation to provide for their own power needs. They can build their own power plants as part of their factory.
Now we need to keep a close eye on this level, because if we can't break above here fairly quickly, then it's possible we could break this trend line and head down. But since today hasn't really been a normal trading day, it's been a little quirky, then, or at least for me, it's been quirky, then I forget what I was going to say. But typically, it should have already broke above here, okay? But it's been quirky, so just assume that it's going to be quirky, I guess, is what I'm saying. When the days are off like this, then you just want to go with what has the price been doing, you know? And so it's been really like just boom, up and down, back to trend line, manipulation a little under trend line, and then boom, you get your move. So is it possible that, price can come into here and then go up? It's possible because it's already kind of been doing that pattern is what I'm saying. So those are things that you could not expect, but assume could happen because it's already been kind of playing out and happening like that already. You know, but if you say you wanted to go to work and just walk away or whatever, as long as we hold above this is all right here, you could walk away and you could hit a buys like that. Okay, but this is a long range though, so I don't. I wouldn't recommend it. If I was gonna do that, I wouldn't have a trade here. I wouldn't be in anything, and I would just put a buy here, and then I'd put my stop loss here, and then walk away. Because if price does come down into here, as long as we're gonna go up, if we're gonna keep trending up, we shouldn't get lower than this area now right here. We should always hold above here if we're gonna keep going up. And another thing that I want you to know is like this is a beautiful like 45-degree angle downward. So when you have a beautiful 45-degree angle downward like this is beautiful for the pop-up. What you don't want is you don't want this. Like you see, I had a nice 45-degree angle pop-up. What you don't want is straight down. When you have straight down, then that's not beautiful. Then you go straight down. But when you have nice, like this, look, this was 45-degree, boom, pop. 45-degree, boom, pop. 45 degrees are good. Like this was a nice slow 45-degree if you look at this. This is nice, slow, boom. It wasn't like straight down, is what I'm trying to say. So those are things to notice when you're trading too. Like a nice, slow, boom. That's beautiful for the pop. This is basically buyers accumulating again for the pop. That's all that is. But what you don't want is this drop where it just, because then it can just go fast. Especially once you break here, like this area here, this is a key area, right? Because once you break this purple line, boom, you come down here quick, probably into here, this price. Like if we were to break this purple line today, I would get sells all the way down into here, into this FVG right here. And then if you look, we don't necessarily need that line no more. This is a good line to have right here because now we're in this channel right here. So as long as we remain in this channel, see the channel? That's the channel. If we can break above it, boom, we squeeze quick. Where's this? Look, where's this channel? Where's above this channel? Let's look. It's right here, 350. That's why I said, if you look, if we start to reject right here, 350, 355, boom, we come down. You have to break through here quick because now you're in this channel right here. Okay. Until we make a move, until we break, we're either going to break down or up and then get up into here. Into here. If you get past here, then you'll probably come to here. If you get past here, then you'll probably come up into here. Okay. These are the zones. So once we break past here, we get up into here pretty quickly. Okay, and you're just in this channel. Channel. And see this straight down? That's this. I don't like this straight down like that. We want just nice pop. I got 3 contracts right there, y'all. I'll add another one and then be in defense mode if it goes to there. And if you look now, your eyes got to always be looking at these like ranges. Like this is the range right here. Okay, right there. Boom. Underneath these wicks. This is the range. Okay, like right there. Right there. This is it right here. Underneath these wicks, price can come a little bit down underneath those wicks and then pop. And then if you drop out of this range right here, down into this zone next. Okay, that's how that works. So this is the range. If you drop out of here, you get down into here pretty quickly. Okay. And that's just how it goes, y'all. Okay, now we get our pop-up, or should get our pop-up, but if we drop out of this thing, this thing could flush quickly. So you got to be very careful right here. Very careful. Very careful. Very careful. Right there. Go. Pop up. Pop up. Pop up. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm out. I don't like that. Just don't like that. It's just too low for me. I'll add one. It didn't flush. I did. Typically it can go real quick. It didn't flush. Now I need to get to sniper mode because I hit my threshold. Okay, so we're gonna do sniper trade here. Back in sniper mode. All right, so look, we assume because it's been doing this bull crap here, we assume that it was gonna probably end up doing that anyways. Kind of figured that. Once we get back up in this range, then we can shoot all the way back up, But you got to get back up in this range to be able to do that. And if you don't hold this area right here now, if we drop lower, we could down really quick. Really quick. Really quick, y'all. And now if you can't get above this trend, let me take this out. But that's what I see when I'm looking. That's what I see. Those are the blocks that I see and areas that I see when you're trading. Now, if you can't get back above this trend line and you reject right here, this is where you want to get into sales. And you're like, okay, we're rejecting underneath the 21. You want to get into sales. And then write it all the way down. Okay, so let's see. We got one rejection here. This candle. If this candle doesn't get higher than this candle, then you got a problem. And we head back down. But those are things that I look for when I'm trading. This was nice until it did this, and then boom, it went straight down. You see this straight down? It wasn't a 45-degree angle. That's the problem right here. And it broke right here, this little baby range. Boom, broke here, boom, flushed out. Okay. And then this is the bigger range right here. The bigger range. Okay, we're here. Break out of it. Boom, flush. On the bigger range, these are the smaller ranges. Okay. Range. And smaller ranges. And if we do a Fibonacci, let's do a Fib. Boom. Typically, if you hold on, if you count this as 100%, if you hold above the 61%, okay, you go up. If you can't hold above the 61% of this range, you go down. Where are we at? We're right at the 61%. Okay, and you can do that on everything, on the bigger time frames, smaller time frames. Everything works like that. It's all about 61.8. You're above, you go up, down, you go down. And it's just looking like it doesn't want to hold above 61.8 again. However, there's been a lot of freaking manipulation and a lot of hoobla doobla. And so I am taking that into consideration. And I'm also taking into consideration that we had huge hedge fund buy-in. And that basically market does want to go up. However, does it want to come down and retest the bottom of this range or the 200 before it goes up? I don't know. I wish I did know. But taking all that into consideration, then yeah, it's highly possible, since we're in this situation now and it didn't fire up right here, it's highly possible that see we're getting this rejection around here. It's highly possible that we come back down into this area and retest this zone before we go up now, because we broke here, we couldn't hold purple line, and because of that, if we can't hurry up and get back above into this channel to continue upward, then the story is down into here, into here. Mm-hmm. 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 Typically, if we're super duper bullish, we stay between 38.2 and 23.6% area for come up. We don't go lower than here. However, if we were extremely bullish like I thought we were because of all this buy-in, we should have remained in this channel, or we should have been plowing up in here, in this area going. But we haven't, and we just been like this, kind of ranging. And so, okay, are we gonna get, that just looks, yeah. This was a wick rejection, just looking like it's gonna just reject and then flush all the way back down. We'll see. That's kind of like what they've been training us to think today. Oh, 11:38. We should have had a huge move by now. We should have had that big move again. So I'm starting to wonder if the move is not happening. Are they going to push it out towards 12:45 Central Time in another hour? But yeah, this was another rejection here under our purple. Look, we try to get above purple, reject. 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 It's all these rejections, and it's starting to tell a story now, a true story that's we just can't hold here. And in this type of situation, like if we can't hurry up and plow, like hurry up and go, like get moving, and we just keep doing this and we keep rejecting, and like this price comes like right here, or maybe it goes a little higher and then boom, reject, then at that point in time, all the way back down into here, this zone will be the first zone to see if it holds. And then if it doesn't hold here, okay, and we flush and touch through this yellow line, just assume we're going to get down into here. Okay, and then if you can't hold here, then assume you're going to get into here, right there, probably this trend line right here. Okay, and all that is still very capable of happening for today. Okay, however, we could also reject here now, come down into here, hold support, boom, and then fire up into here for today. Okay, do I think that we're just going to do this all day? No, I think eventually we're going to get this move up into here, or we're going to get this move back down into here, at least into this FVG. at least. So apparently, if we cannot hold above here and then break up above out of this channel right here that we've made since 9:55 a.m. Okay, and the longer this buildup right here, typically the bigger the move. Typically the bigger the move. And this has been a long buildup. I mean, we've been sitting here since 9, 10, 11, 2 hour buildup here. And in all actuality, we got in this range about 8 o'clock, 8:30. I mean, we've actually been in this range since 8:30. I mean, almost since market opened, honestly, which is crazy. We've been here so long already without nothing, which that means that the bigger the move, that is definitely telling me the bigger the move. Yeah, up or down, up or down. So yeah, every time we get up, try to around here, this purple line, we start. So I'm gonna take profit right there, and then I'm gonna take a profit right here, because these are the areas that we've been being taught of rejection. I do see a little W that could form and power us up, you know. But look, we're already starting to get that little rejection right there, quick, like already. Like, come on, y'all. But when this move does happen, and when it happens today, it will happen today. When this move does happen, it will. It will happen big and fast and with a vengeance here. Let's see here. Okay. So look, already getting a rejection right here, getting weak, can't even hold the purple line. And every time we get up the purple line, it just starts getting weak and selling off. You know, again, that's another indication, like we just get up here, fall, get up here, fall. We got back up here again, fall. It's just like another indicator, just a story that the market has been telling us. You know, pretty much all day.
What did I miss? Streaming now.
He started to get very angry. How much did he get? Well, I feel like his own life ruining amount of money. Yeah. What we do is direct communication with a scandal. Making scores into a trap for the light and confront those responsible. Looking for Jeffrey. It's better than a slice of revenge.
Scam getting even. Streaming now on Fox Nation.
Weather is part of the American story. From the first heat wave to the first frost, Fox Weather is there for you. For all seasons, for all America, Fox Weather.
You're so focused on one thing. Win. Championship game is on.
Road to the Union Car Championship. Streaming now.
And you can begin to see the best of that. I just want to touch somebody with my story. That's when you buy a business. That's what you make. Shot. Lots of it. Amid the tension, chaos, and uncertainty of it all.
What you want? What you want? What you want? What you want? What you want with me?
You should be careful what you wish for. We already had the numbers. Now we have the firepower. So there'll be no question in anyone's mind who is in charge.
I'm Kelsey Grammer, and this is Blood on the Bridge, the Battle of Lexington and Concord, streaming now on Fox Nation.
That's what you do. Sacrificing facial hair, exfoliating from gravity like a suggestion, sweating your tail off, freezing your tail off, standing on the American's tail, all cheap things.
For some reason, I just don't trust this pump. I just don't trust it. But if we hold inside this channel, it could be a situation.
My heart has experienced life-changing wins, losses, and countless laughs. To keep living at my speed, I trust Q10 CoQ10. CoQ10 is the #1 cardiologist recommended supplement for heart health. Q10.
Okay, that's looking kind of good. I think it is looking good again.
You can never pay out of pocket for a costly repair again. Plus, your rate stays the same no matter how many claims you file.
Come on.
Get $300 off any plan.
Start your year with Blue. To train smarter, sleep deeper, recover faster, and understand your cycle phases. So you can add more years to your life and more life to your years. Shop Blue.
And yet this, the Trump administration, considering mandating that banks require citizenship information before opening a bank account. Both new and existing customers would need to show documents like a passport or social security card to become a customer. Now, I have to say, before we get into this, banks are putting together a lot of information about you, and much of it is shared by the government, including wire transfers, foreign transactions.
Fake out once
Even
again.
some say passports, business and financial data, deposits, withdrawal history, citizenship status, in some cases. So, I mean, like, this seems like a little half step, not like a big leap to me. What do you make of it?
Yeah, it's just going to add more costs. So it's a net negative for the consumer because the banks are going to have more compliance costs to do this. I understand why they want to do it. If you need a passport to shovel snow in New York,
Almost held. Fake out. It couldn't hold above here to keep going up.
I understand the reason for wanting the extra validation, but
Go figure.
more compliance costs because that's going to be dragging on earnings, and earnings affects the overall economy, and that's the way we're dragging earnings.
I'm gonna start snipering this stuff now.
Going back retroactively and going to 100 million accounts and saying please send in your passport. That takes a lot of manpower and it takes a lot of time. So we'll see how it plays out. But I think
We couldn't hold above here again, and then it dropped.
Citizen and you're letting all these other people that are not U.S. citizens have accounts. Why don't we have a fair
It just doesn't seem to be able to hold,
Jackie, I think people out there think, wow.
and I just don't
This may be a
trust.
small step, but it might yield big dividends for the government. You think everybody talks about the government collecting information on this, but not the banks.
Yeah, well, I think that a crackdown, even if it's costly, is important because we make it far too easy for people to cross the border, come into this country, and be able to assume a very normal life. We make it easy by giving them free access to healthcare and housing in sanctuary cities, for example, free schooling, bank accounts. I mentioned the commercial driver's licenses before, and work permits to be able to provide yourself a living. I get the point that if they're coming, they should be able to do those things because there's no other way to support them, but they should be coming at all. And the president is really trying to crack down to get illegals out of here, to get them to come through the right way. And if you come through the right way, then you would have all these documents and you would be able to verify and get a bank account.
Right. I mean, so I think what you're saying is what I'm thinking as well, which is
If the government does its job, then banks don't need to do this job. If the government closes the border, if they stop giving money away fraudulently to people who don't deserve it, if they make you show ID to vote and you have to register as a citizen to vote, if all those things happen, then you don't need to impose this on banks. So one thing I don't like is the idea of the government doesn't do its job, so you're going to make the private sector do the government's job. No, government just do its job. And the Trump administration is doing its job. And if the SAFE Act gets passed and they crack down on fraud and if they keep a border policy, then I think we're good. More data to banks to me just means more ways my privacy can be sacrificed, and I'm not really interested.
I agree. Sorry, I'm blanking. I agree. The government needs to do its job. The private sector doesn't need to have to carry on the drag and the rest of the compliance costs. But
What you want? What you want? What you want? What you want? What you want me?
Chapter said, "Come on, you get your nuts." I believe that banks have already put together a wealth of information on their customers, right? That's what we know. Lots and lots of data that they are required by the government to collect. So this is one more thing.
why do we always have to do these on executive orders? Because it's going to be overturned in the next administration. So if this is a real serious thing, I would be doing it through Congress. Actually, one thing I appreciated last night is Trump stood up there and repeatedly asked Congress to do a lot of things. And again, I don't know if this like this SAVE Act, the Voter ID Act, where this is easily like a 9-10 issue, and so that's easy to wrap it up in there. But I'm not sure this is as big as maybe some of the other things last night that we really called out.
Well, and a lot of people are trying to get away from banks, traditional banks, because they don't like to compromise so much of their information. That's the part of the appeal we're supposed to be of crypto and blockchain and decentralized finance. So I can go this way. I think those people are
How many points are there?
a swatch of my hair as well. So
Okay, but if you're a part of any TSA country or TSA-3, given them fingerprints, you have your passport, you've given them your driver's license. I'm not saying that data can't continue to be compromised, but we are used to giving this data out.
well, I think the people who don't like banks probably don't do that either. They're like, I don't want to give the government, because the government can be good, it can have to get to the line faster, or it can say, hey, play this guy 3 shots at dips and guns. And they're like, I'm sorry, I don't want to be on the government's list, because they're the guys who have the monopoly on guns at the end of the day, and I don't care to be on the list of them.
Sensitive to this issue, I have to tell you, because like Jackie, I feel like I'm already giving this information out to all kinds of people. It happens to be everywhere. I don't have anything to worry about. I'm happy to do it.
Well, you can argue with banking and access to a bank and financial services, a privilege or a right. It's a privilege, it's not a right. And so if you want the privilege, you have to engage with the laws. Otherwise, you don't get to participate in the financial institutions.
And is this a reason to invest in crypto?
Absorbed by a lot of these institutions, and it's starting to feel like every other.
But also, shouldn't AI allow us to keep our privacy, give the tools to keep our privacy safer? Good point.
Should be.
It's early innings on AI yet. You don't know if it's going to kill me or not. I feel like it's going to know me.
Good discussion. All right. Thank you, Thomas, for being here.
Yeah, I really feel like we're gonna just crash. I feel like we get low into here.
What's new at NFX is an upgrade for your home, because even small upgrades can make a big impact. From next generation appliances with powerful performance and easy new design, to new electronics designed for restorative self-care. Refresh your space with innovative furniture built for real life, with fresh colors, new designs, and smarter storage. Add bold textures to any room and make it your own. Ready to reset, refresh, and upgrade? New favorites arrive every day. Find it first in everything new at NFX.
I do not trust this pump anymore.
Where collarbones crack, where hips break, where ACLs tear. Journavix meets pain where it starts. Journavix is a non-opioid tablet for adults with moderate to severe acute pain that reduces pain centers before they reach the brain. So where ankles snap, where wrists twist, where bunions are cut, and where arms break, pain reduction can begin with Journavix. Do not take Journavix with simply on the pills. Avoid use with grapefruit or liver blockers, as these may increase side effects. Tell your doctor about all the medicines that you take for breast. Journavix may make certain medicines and birth control less effective. Side effects include itching, muscle spasms, rash, and elevated muscle enzymes. Journavix meets pain where it starts. Ask your doctor about Journavix. God is my everything. God is my home. Family is everything, as well as what keeps me going. That's the number one in America.
It's my senior year. I have to make the most of it.
Yeah. So you make sure, just make it out. We're going to work hard, guys. Do our job. But then God will do the rest. Get ready. God Family Football in all new season, streaming now on Fox Nation. I have no choice in the phone. I speak to he answers.
This guy, Tyler Fisher, is a funny comedian. They said, sir, nobody will give him a comedy special. Sir, it couldn't be done. I made one phone call, the perfect phone call, only on Fox Nation. For Bud Light, please, yeah, thank you. This comedy special is going to be huge. Like it. We will win a first term. Let's go. Watch it, stream it, I don't care. I don't care what they say. It's the music, this problem's no words. Wow. Woke up in America. Streaming now on Fox Nation. He started to get very angry. How much did he get? Over half a life. Life learning that money. Yeah. What we do is get into direct communication with a scammer. Whoa! Maybe the scammer into a traffic light behind and control those responsible. Looking for Jeffrey. For scam, getting even. Streaming now on Fox Station.
Come on, boys, this ain't no vacation.
You make another dumb move, I'll blow you.
These are the stories of the most famous criminals in American history. Some kind of outlaw life on it.
I'm not glad that. Are you?
Get out of your house, bro! Come out with your hands up!
That's how tough the jail is. You think you know their real stories? Think again. Wanted, dead or alive. Streaming now on Fox Nation.
Stop.
This is the new beginning.
Where common sense
Is our common ground.
where American values unite us.
We don't divide us.
This is time to come together.
For you,
For all America.
There is that outside of race. Maybe that helps you get a girlfriend.
100 Days to Andy. Streaming now on Fox Nation. Sign up at foxnation.com.
That song that we all need to get us out of New York City and out into the country. Welcome back to the second hour of the Big Money Show. I'm Taylor Riggs, along with my wonderful co-host and with us for the hour, Barron's Investor Circle newsletter editor, Josh Schaefer. Great to have you.
Great to be back.
So President Trump celebrating the first year of his second term in a record-long State of the Union address and highlighting all of the economic wins under his administration. He's telling Americans to focus on what the White House has already done to make the country thrive.
More Americans are working today than at any time in the history of our country. 100% of all jobs created under my administration have been in the private sector. We got a record number of job-killing regulations, and in 1 year we have lifted 2.4 million Americans a record off of food stamps. And for all of these reasons, I say tonight, members of Congress, the state and our union is strong.
The president is also looking forward, telling Congress to codify a framework urging the ban on investor home buying, announcing the new retirement plan, and moving to shield Americans from rising power bills. So, Josh, we spent a lot of time in the last hour talking about the retirement plan. We touched a little bit on the stock trading ban. What was sort of your key takeaway when it comes to economics and some of the looked at, but also future proposals that you learned about?
I mean, I think the biggest takeaway was the focus on the success of the U.S. economy right now. Because I come at this often from a market standpoint, right? What matters for investors? How is it impacting? How is the economy impacting the market? How is policy impacting the market? And I think what you see from market report 2026 is the stock market is trading very strong in the U.S. economy and expectations of the U.S. economy staying strong. And you look at the data that we've gotten in recent weeks, and it really supports a lot of what the president is saying. The unemployment rate moved back 4.3%, right? So you've seen labor market stabilization. You think about the GDP print that we got in Zero for all 2025, 2.2% annualized growth in the full year. That's solid, right? And you think forward looking out into 26, that seems to be the broad expectation right now. So that, I think, is why you didn't see necessarily a massive move in the market today. It actually is solid, okay.
Brian, I kind of use your skeptic. And I'm curious about, there are some statistics, and I'll put this right on off Joe's show because I didn't get it to me, but new durable goods orders are leading indicators of strong economy, and you have credit spreads trading still near all-time lows. So that's sort of that future sign that the economy is warm. But on the other hand, we kind of talk about real wage growth, and we're a little surprised that it's only been up a couple or 2%. We need more than a year of 1% real wages to dig us out of the 5-year hole. We need time, and we need it to be bigger than that. And I do skeptical.
Stick with the bread and butter. Stick with the bread and butter.
I just didn't hear that. I mean, it was kind of interesting. We talked about the economy in this. The economy was a big part of the speech, but I didn't feel like it was a long, boring laundry list of economic stats either. I think he made his case crisply, but he put it in the context of everything else he is doing in this country and outside of our borders. And to me, his strongest case to America is the whole thing, not the pieces, but the power of the America First agenda as a whole.
Jackie, that's sort of where you come in. You often talk about the spigots and the wheel and the soundbite at the top of the hour. I like how we talk
Mom, are you still on?
was actually 170,000 jobs because the government lost jobs, but the private sector got more jobs. He talked about deregulation. We could talk about the stock trading. People feel like they're getting and stuff. The Nancy Pelosi becoming overnight.
Game over.
We've done a lot. We're gonna do more. I've stopped the bleeding. Listen, we were on a track to continue spending ourselves into a deeper black hole than we've ever been in. So I don't think that he chose, Ryan, to point to gaslight or Taylor to some of those gimmicks that you mentioned to go along that route. You know, some of the gimmicks were just points of conversation that were ideas that were being had to see how to use situations. But when we talk about it being back, we are on the track. The engine is revving up to be back in the hot and globally to the other things that you're talking about, whether it's foreign policy or the open borders that he's now closed. He's sort of reestablished America's standing on the national stage, which is so important, and it helps rev that engine. So all things considered, I mean, I really think that he hit it out of the park last night. We brought this up in the first hour, and the Democrats did themselves a disservice when he's talking about level country, he's talking about nationalism here, and they can't stand up, and they can't clap, and they can't support somebody because they hate him so much because their Trump derangement syndrome has gone so overboard that they can't even see clearly on the issues anymore.
There's one issue that I love that I wish was getting more attention, Jerry, and it's not. It is about tariffs replacing an income tax. Take a listen to what the president had to say.
I believe the tariffs paid for by foreign countries will, like in the past, substantially replace the modern day system of income tax, making it great financial burden to all the people that I love.
Now, we know that right now the math doesn't line up, and we can argue about who really pays that tariff tax. But what I like about the tax is that you have consumption instead of work. And we're always talking about how do we incentivize people to get out there, to make sure that my take-home pay feels worth it to me, so that I don't have to work 6 months out of the year, give that to the government before I get something in my pocket. Your thoughts?
Great point, really good analysis. I was gonna focus just a little bit on something going right with this economy, because I was look at the consumer, just as you started there, how are people motivated to spend and save? Consumer spending is not falling out of bed here. I mean, you gotta say people are still spending money, nominal spending growth 4.8% year over year, that's a huge number. You know, we see these consumer sentiment numbers fall, right? But you and I and everybody else who watches the show, you know that people say one thing and they do another when it comes to their
Do another.
spend, even though maybe they shouldn't, right? I'm trying to distract people from the fact that I started that because anybody who doesn't. Anyway, I think that the Virginia Governor Spanberger talking about how tariffs are a tax on people. She is putting taxes on people. I know I got some sounds on her.
Yeah, good point. Let's play that now.
Everyday Americans are paying the price. And even though the Supreme Court struck these tariffs down 4 days ago, the damage to the American people has already been done. Meanwhile, the president is planning for new tariffs, another massive tax hike on you and your family. And Republicans in Congress, they remain unwilling to assert their constitutional authority to stop him.
Josh, what do you make of that about the new tariffs? We haven't seen it impact the market. I think the market is responding to a lot of the AI, still more of a software issue. And then I'd come out with this, and what if I tell you a note I read this morning says we can get a big beautiful bill 2.0.
Okay.
80% likely by
Okay. So basically, what's happening is we're about to make the new high, rejected. It looks like we're coming down and potentially maybe holding support right here on our line to keep going up. But for some reason, I just I don't trust it. I feel like this thing wants to come down, but you know, it's going. I just don't trust it. I don't trust it for a big continuation. I mean, at this point in time, it's possible um, that we get up into here and have a big rejection. I think for some reason, I just don't trust this thing. It's been too slow to move up and too slow to break out that I just feel like um, a big rug pull is coming. And what I mean by rug pull is a big drop, you know, is coming. But yeah, I don't trust it anymore.
More people on this panel now just watched her than did last night. After watching, she would like say something and have this crowd around her and they would clap for like 3 seconds. It was really weird. It was very lame.
We are above the 61% range. So typically, as long as you're above that, you go up. We held above it right here. Well, we did reject here, and we couldn't make this higher high. So because of that, and I think even if we do make this higher high, into here, they push it into here a little bit higher, and then really pull it back, because I feel like it's just been moving in this channel so slow. So I'm going to be looking for a push into here and then a fall back into this zone. And you could make a line here, whatever, if you wanted to. Hold on, let me make another line. You could make a line here like that. So if you pop above and you break back into here, then you know, and you can't get back above up, over 23, 25, 361, and you can't get back above here, you know that you'll come all the way back down into here, or lower. And that's kind of like what it's looking like it wants to do. Or maybe it just don't even make a new high and it just starts to drop off from here. But yeah, I just don't trust it. It's just been, we should have popped up. Honestly, when we were going, we should have popped up right here, here, and then popped right here and went up and made this W right here. But instead, it come down, nice 45-degree angle, and then slowly grind it up. Couldn't make a new high so far, and then made a lower high here, lower high. And now, look, we're cracking under here. So it's just, yeah, this is really difficult. Really difficult trade. The best strategy is to micro trade this, because look at all these micro trades. The best strategy is to micro trade this. That's what I need to do.
championship game is on. Road to the IndyCar Championship, streaming now on Fox Nation. Sign up at foxnation.com.
Yeah, we're breaking under here. If we can get a clean confirmation on a break, come up, reject. Put a stop right here and then write it down here. Because if it's going to drop, it should not get higher than that point right there. If this is going to flush all the way down here, it should not get higher than that point right there. It should and stay under the 21. In this area right here, typically this goes right through it pretty quickly. However, it has been a slow day, but typically when you have this area and we break this range right here, it moves fairly quickly.
Road to the IndyCar Championship, streaming now.
Blush, you toyed.
To be human, to live well, to know right from wrong, in the boardroom and in business. Only an education that forms real leaders, that prizes ethics, not just efficiency, can fully shape CEOs, entrepreneurs, investors, analysts, data scientists. At the University of Dallas, we
Got one rejection, two rejection. Hopefully we get this third rejection and then drop.
UDallas.edu/business.
Car breakdowns can wreck your life. But if you've got endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a car repair again.
In my first year with endurance, they covered up $14,000.
Now you can get $300 off any plan. So call and get your free quote now.
Huge selection, some 62 shots back. Low price, amazing. Here's to you,
Cheers to save.
JS.
truck. We a rare truck. We show off because we're good at it. We're humble because we'll do better at that. Out here, close to home, long way out. We got the toughest power.
We already got all these rejections right here and it's making lower highs. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I am officially announcing the war on fraud to be led by our great Vice President J.D. Vance.
JD Vance.
And we're able to find enough of that fraud. We will actually have a balanced budget overnight. And go very quickly.
President Trump using his State of the Union address to announce a war on fraud led by Vice President J.D. Vance. Connor Hansen joins us now with more details on that. Hi, Connor.
Hi, Jackie. And that's right. President Trump declaring war on fraud, saying it is plundering America. And last night, making the announcement, Vice President J.D. Vance will be in charge of rooting it out. Take a listen to what he said today.
How many fraudulent daycare centers have been set up where that money should go to American citizens to help their kids get into childcare? Instead, it's being stolen from them by illegal aliens in our country. How much have government officials actually been complicit in this fraud?
The Trump administration has already frozen about $10
billion in federal funding for social services in Minnesota, California, Colorado, Illinois, and New York, citing fraud. The president tied the fraud issue back to immigration and open borders. Trump argued that
Flush.
U.S. citizens pay the price in the form of higher medical bills, car insurance rates, rent, tax, and crime. The Senate Judiciary Committee held a hearing on Capitol Hill today on the nomination of Colin McDonald. He would serve as the Assistant Attorney General, leading a new division focused specifically on crime periods.
Massive. And so President Trump and the Attorney General will have historic years last year with our civil division and our criminal division. There is still a vast body of work that we need to do to ensure that our taxpayer-funded programs are free of fraud.
And McDonald currently serves as an Associate Deputy AG. President Trump has praised his work on fighting violent crime at the DOJ. Jackie.
Connor, thank you so much for that. And after the State of the Union, we're talking about the economy, we're talking about affordability, we're talking about paring back spending and certain things that President Trump is giving to people. You know, when I think of the amount of fraud through these taxpayer programs, whether it be what they discovered in Minnesota, or you just look at Medicaid and find a lot in there too. You think about all the people in this country that would be helped with that money or receive money back for, you know, because they've been paying through the nose in taxes, and it's chilling.
No, it is, Jenny. When we think about sort of the implications of that, right? If they are able to essentially reallocate this money, if it means lower taxes, think about what that means for the overall economy, right?
Mambo taxi.
It's a positive, probably, right? If you're able to readjust that into tax cuts, lower taxes, then you're just talking about essentially stimulus without actually giving stimulus, right? You're giving a version of stimulus back into the economy, which is a positive for the Americans too.
And my view on this, Brian, is the only way you can, first you have to find the fraud, which they're actually doing a really good job. Well, but you also need criminal penalties.
Yes.
To go after, the DOJ has to go after it in court. People have to go to jail, because when you see people go to jail, then you might think twice before you decide to do it.
You know what I think? I think JD Vance should do nothing else for the next 3 years. Like, clear his calendar. The only thing he does is this. He goes around in every state in the country, and I totally agree with him. You can find it. Finding it is not that hard. Finding it everywhere. But then just like staying on it and prosecute and send these people to jail. And if they're illegals, send them out of the country. I mean, it's not like, I agree it would be good for the economy, it would be some kind of little stimulus, but it would just restore confidence that we have a government. Okay, I don't know if we have this. Do you remember what Trump said last night? He's like, does the government work for Americans or does it work for illegals? If you say it works for Americans, stand up and have to stood up. And that's the whole story here. America won't trust its government if it ever does again unless the whole room can stand up and say, you're our priority, not the illegals. And I think Vance can make huge economic hay and political hay.
1,000%. That's actually a great segue for this, because free childcare for illegal immigrants, what used to be a conspiracy, is now part of this official progressive platform. Watch this.
Es la última semana para que los padres registren a sus hijos para el año escolar 2026-2027. Así,
2000. Hola.
en español no es el
No te preocupes. Cualquier padre de la familia de la ciudad de Nueva York, sin importar su ocupación, ingreso o estatus migratorio, es elegible para registrar a sus hijos.
Okay, Taylor, I'm coming to you because you have children, you're thinking about school and options, and it's stressful, and there are a lot of hard decisions to make. So when you see this ad and you see that they are speaking in Spanish, so without the subtitles, I wouldn't have understood it, and neither would you have. How does that make you feel as a city taxpayer?
So I'm paying 50% taxes because I have to. Because they want to tax me to give my money to provide pre-K free for the illegal immigrants. Now, usually, if I pay taxes, I could send my daughter to pre-K free because I'm paying for it. but I can't because she doesn't speak Spanish. And so instead of learning about farm animals, the alphabet, counting to 20, we're going to have to be learning either how to speak Spanish or teaching the illegal immigrants how to speak English. And then she will fall behind, and that's why we have reading and math scores that are horrendous and one of the worst in the country, because we are not teaching our kids developmentally appropriate things. The smart kids are going to have to be held back to keep up with the lower kids who can't speak English, who can't function in the classroom, which is why now we have to go to private school, which is a whole other story. So this is just exhausting, but you know what? It's my fault. Like, I shouldn't be here. I should be going to a nice, lovely suburban area where I can send my kids to public school where they don't do this crap, but I'm here, and so this is my choice. So I'm willing to take the fall for it, but I don't think this is going to change.
Oh, I'm not willing to take the fall for it, and I live here too, and I'm not dealing with the school issue, but I deal with many others. I mean, we're here because we have to be here. Should we have to move to a suburb, commute, add a couple of hours onto one's day each way because you're running away from this? The same way those two clowns say that they're, here to democratize this for everybody here. What about me, Jerry?
Well, I can tell you, I'm one of those people who commute in. I make that choice every single day. And before we did, the taxes were horrendous, right? So I think a lot of people are in the process of either making that decision or already have. I think the real estate people leaving the city, it is inevitable with the kinds of policies that Montana is putting in place. Most, I commute in to Grand Central Station over here. And every day I look at the people on my train and I say to myself, these are the people making the city go. These are the people that you rely on. The commuters are the people that you rely on.
It's so
Commuters are the
sad.
people who are contributing.
Because the commuters are treated hardly. So I went through a stint where I tried this unlimited commuting on New Jersey Transit. It did not work. The trains were constantly delayed. Last time I took it last week, train was canceled. And I did like a bunch of them. And I went up to the guy and I was showing my app and I was like, well, why is the schedule not matched what's on the board? Oh, well, we changed the schedule and it was a holiday. We canceled a bunch of trains. Didn't update the app. Oh, I know the kind of answer they had give you. And by the way, it's not cheap to commute either. The train tickets aren't what they used to be. They're fairly expensive. So you're sitting there after putting it on a daily situation to that weather, 3 hours of time in, spending $20 on a train ticket, and you're not even getting service. Right.
Mayor would love to talk about that, but he's too busy in a pre-K classroom.
Right.
If they have time, he'll get to you when you can. I just can't decide what's better out of that. That sounded like a total deal. And then on Taylor's math that I was doing, when you're paying almost 50% on taxes, then you also have private school, that just sounds like an easy way.
That's all.
You can wait. We're coming for you.
Coming up on the radio, the shit giants for the market tested the guy trade. I gotta say, just before telling you for it, it's a we'll get into that
Another day, same pain, same meds, same struggling for symptom relief. Injections like Humira and Nq work similarly to treat moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis or psoriatic arthritis. But if your symptoms haven't improved enough, Rinvoq works differently. It's a once-daily pill that can rapidly relieve RA and PSA joint pain, stiffness, and swelling as fast as 2 weeks for some. In PSA, Rinvoq can leave stenosis if
Rinvoq can lower ability to fight infections. Before treatment, test for TB and do blood work. Serious infections, blood clots, some fatal cancers, including lymphoma and skin, serious allergic reactions, GI, death, heart attack, and stroke occur. See the event risk increases in age 50 plus with a heart disease risk factor. Tell your doctor if you have these events, infection, hepatitis, smoke, or pregnant for planning. Don't take if allergic or have an infection.
do something different. Ask your doctor if switching to Rinvoq is right for you.
I never until I met Ted.
Blood had been drained from the body, almost come up and risk the risk of killing.
So how do you look at it?
Take over the sheriff here, Ted. Please. Certainly go online anywhere. Does something like that.
We're all receivers. You know, the guy out there that's making this corn out of this. I never know where it's going to start next.
This guy is taunting you. He is safe. You'll never find out who's with this. I'm going to find this guy.
These are new people to stop.
Do you enjoy the chase? Do you enjoy the capture? Do you enjoy the whole thing?
Hunting Bundy, streaming now on Fox Station. America is streaming.
We are racing! We're so focused on one thing. Win. Change the game's on.
Road to the IndyCar Championship. Streaming now. Weather is part of the American story. From the first heat wave to the first frost, Fox Weather is there for you.
I'm going to go see if I can help us with it.
For all seasons, for all America, Fox Weather.
Alan Fisher, a funny comedian, they said, sir, nobody will give him a comedy special. Sure, it couldn't be done. I made one phone call, the perfect phone call, only on Fox Station. For about like you get it. This comedy special is going to be huge.
You don't like it? Leave him alone. If he goes to jail, he will win a third term.
Let's go. Watch it, stream it, I don't care.
This is the new beginning.
Where common sense
Is our common ground.
where American values unite us
And don't divide us.
this is a time to come together
For you,
for me.
for all America. We are racing!
We're so focused on one thing. Win. It's kind of all coming together.
There's been a lot of tough moments.
You're going upside down.
You okay?
Everyone thinks it's a it just simply wears on you.
Wow!
It is the hardest thing to be on. Championship game is on. Look at the IndyCar Championship. Streaming now on Fox Nation. Sign up at foxstation.com.
Nick Saban took Alabama football to a new level. He retired.
Go.
And you can get this is that's the best.
I just want to trust somebody with my story.
Y'all representing every little kid that takes them out. Why nobody do that?
That's when you fired up this. This is where legends are made.
I have a call. I have no choice in its phone. Who I speak to, he answers.
Okay, big day on Wall Street. NVIDIA reporting that numbers could not grow the AI boom still has lives. Chip giants set to post another massive quarter that we would expect to see.
Hello, it's Matthew. I can help you.
Profits projected to surge more than 70%. NVIDIA has consistently cleared the bar set by analysts over the past 3 years. But of course, that's history. Today, John Friedman.
I don't think NVIDIA can solve the market's AI problem right now because NVIDIA is not the market's AI problem. NVIDIA has a ton of demand. We know this. They're expected to grow profits by 70%. We know this. They'll probably beat that mark, right? They might grow by 80 or 90 because that's what NVIDIA does. But if you look at NVIDIA's last couple of earnings reports, that stock hasn't moved positively by more than 5% going back to May 2024. So good news. Good news is pretty priced in. I know Jackie's rooting for it, right? She wants to rally NVIDIA for her pick. But I just don't think from a broad AI sell-off, software sell-off standpoint, NVIDIA sells chips. They're not in the software space. Jackie.
So I'm gonna go that that's good for you. Yeah, John,
They sell
you
real
said
things.
the other day, which is that it'll probably be a good report, but you're both saying it will sell off. The strength that we've seen though in your earnings leads me to believe, and dare I say that this time is different. Maybe with the sell-off that we've seen in other stocks, NVIDIA's actual making things is going to sort of resonate a little bit more. talking about winners and losers in the space, and you start to parse out some of the companies that aren't doing things yet they've run up in terms of their stock price, I would go really the reason I think this is important is because we've had polls on this show saying that there is room for a company like this to run. I'm curious when this competition runs out, did this run back to its all-time high, which I think was around 212, or does it just tread water? Right now, it's only got a little bit of a pop from where I picked up the competition.
I'm going to say something pretty controversial, sort of echoes what Josh was saying. NVIDIA is important. It's got Jensen Huang, godfather of AI, right? We could go on and on. But I think in this moment, Ryan, much more important than NVIDIA, Salesforce, Intuit, Snowflake. Those are going to be through, and I'm going to do Workday in a minute, so I'll stay away from that. You want to talk about angst in the market, software. I think it's actually going to be the first time when I'm really excited to see what the companies that are using it or being displaced by it. And I think that's sort of where we are this moment. We've just jumped out of the
Can they generate profit? Can they build a business model around the capability?
Or am I saying, no, cut your deal by 15% and not going to spend CapEx with you, cut it 15% because I know in a year I'm going to be able to do it cheaper on my own.
Well, the problem with it, Taylor, I think, and why I'm interested in it too, but I don't think it's going to work for those stocks to really work post earnings. This isn't a discussion about next quarter earnings or guidance for that. It's not a discussion about fiscal year 2026 guidance, right? We're talking about the terminal value of software. And how can one of these executives really convince me that by 2030, the business they have booked is going to be the same and their margins are going to be the same? That's what investors are grappling with here. And that's a tough thing to get across on an earnings call over the course of an hour, I think, to really convince me that what the investors are afraid of is the wrong thing and this business is going to stay the same for long.
I know there's going to be a market for Sharpie pens because Jerry's scribbling fanatically. I've got to know what you're writing about this whole company.
Sorry, the next block, that's what I'm writing.
Are you serious? Tell me something about this
She's
one.
looking at, well, I think you're right about, you say these software CEOs can't describe, their plan in an earnings call, but they should better try. They're going to have to try to get it together. There should be masters of communication, right? They're leading public companies. They better explain it. Does their business completely go away? I don't think so, but it's much more difficult.
You want to go?
You're chopping at the bit to talk about Workday, so you talk about Workday.
Okay. Well, the share price. Holy smokes, we're in the great. So this goes to our conversation when we talk about what Workday CEO tried to convince people on the call, which maybe turned this company around, but they opened up sharply lower than sort of stock sales forecast. So this spans all of our fears about AI disruption. Oh my gosh, I'm not going to use Workday because I can use maybe not. They were earlier in the 5-year low. They were up 20% this year alone. But then this is what the CEO says. For what it's worth, Anthropic, Google, and OpenAI all run on Workday. No amount of vibe coding is going to produce an HR system. This kind of complexity is very hard to replicate. So talking to the competitors and saying they're all running this program because what we do is best in class. Agree or disagree?
Here's my problem with that.
Okay.
The stock isn't even up 1%. And I understand you're making the case for why they might survive, and I'm buying part of what I'm saying. The stock is up 40% in the last year, and I think it's 60% down from this 52 the number in front of me. If you were telling me good news, and the name was down 60% in the 52-week high, I'd be a buyer, right? And there aren't a lot of buyers here. Yes, they bought the dip, the 9% dip through market, but it's not like we're seeing a flood into the name, right? I would like to see the stock start acting better moving forward, and maybe a fear from these other software names gets the growth for the whole group, and that's how we get the rally. Right now, we're looking at software having that large market.
Love the debate. Tune in to the Black Line tonight for Congressman Greg Steele and Unleash Prosperity co-founder Steve Moore will be joining me at 6 p.m. Eastern. But first, the landmark trial on social media addiction
entering a critical phase. The plaintiff is testifying. We review the latest from Big Money Makers.
Where you go when you dream should feel extraordinary. Full and branch signature sheets are softer with every wash. Let extraordinary take over. Only a Full and Branch.
I didn't see that coming.
I did. You know you can trade on that.
What do you mean by that?
That. That. That.
You get the whole tonight. You get after you trade on that.
That's just a pen.
They're taking the championship. This football season, we're playing on your pick with calcium.
So what do you think of the Panthers? I think the Rams, they have a 27% on cash. I think that's a good because Seattle's a fake dominated San Francisco. But people don't necessarily I think they win.
Trade before kickoff or live as the game unfolds. Calcium. Trade on anything.
The people ordered to let them make it. That's why the people need help from the chefs and cooking like superstar chef Mark Hamilton. People get hangry as they good spices from their food. So they subscribe to Cooking with over 300 meals handcrafted by the chefs starting at ordinary $9. Because the people are creative. But they don't taste buds. Cooking chefs to the people.
With moderate to severe arthritis and psoriatic arthritis, symptoms can sometimes hold you back. But now, there's Skyrizi, so you can be all in with clearer skin. With Skyrizi, you can show up with dramatically clearer skin. If you have psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi can help you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use allergic. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight that may occur before treating infections. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Learn how happy and how you say.
I don't care what they say. I don't want to feel something. Takes too many useless problems in the words.
Wow. Rob Schneider, welcome to America. Streaming now on Fox Nation.
A fresh start doesn't mean starting over. It means making room for what's next. At NFM, adding fresh touches to spaces you love is easier than ever. Get inspired by the possibilities with all living room seating, dining, and bedroom on sale. Enjoy furniture up to 60% off. Get the mattress that finally helps you sleep. Plus, refrigerators starting at $7.99 and ranges starting at $5.99. New items arrive daily, so inspiration is always in stock. Spring is a fresh perspective. Explore what's possible at NFM.
Vehicle breakdowns are costly, but with Endurance, you can never pay out of pocket for a costly repair again. Plus, your rate stays the same no matter how many claims you file.
Call right now and get $300 off any plan.
A fresh start doesn't mean starting over. It means making room for what's next. At NFM, adding fresh touches to spaces you love is easier than ever. Get inspired by the possibilities with all living room seating, dining, and bedroom on sale. Enjoy furniture up to 60% off. Get a mattress that finally helps you sleep. Plus, refrigerator starting at $7.99 and ranges starting at $5.99. New items arrive daily, so inspiration is always in stock. Spring is a fresh perspective. Explore what's possible at NFM.
The
20-year-old plaintiff accusing big tech of getting her hooked on social media at a young age is about to testify in the landmark trial on social media addiction. Kelly Severian is live outside the courthouse with the latest. Kelly.
Hi, Jerry. So this is going to be truly impactful because not only are we going to hear about the suffering that she says came from alleged social media addiction, for the first time this week, we're going to see posts. Because these are Kaylee's posts from Instagram and YouTube. That makes a difference. This is because the posts are only hers, not from anyone else. Remember, the reason why the case is considered historic is it's the first of its kind to make it to trial. So we're looking at the engineering, the algorithmic design, not content from anyone else, as tech companies are protected by Section 230. This is a law in the 1996 Communications Decency Act that shields companies from being sued for using posts on their platforms. Therefore, we haven't seen anything else of this kind at this point in the trial. Meanwhile, outside the courtroom, a group of advocates gathered this morning. One of the young speakers at the point of the trial will not be the ultimate verdict. It'll be the point being will be justice. The group is urging Congress to pass the Kids Online Safety Act to require that social media companies preemptively mitigate harmful design choices before kids can use them. Now, we won't hear from Kaylee until after lunch for this afternoon. But after a short break that's happening right now, we're expecting to hear from one of Kaylee's therapists, which will also be one of the first medical professionals that we've heard from so far in the case that's directly worked with her. Jerry, back to you.
Kelly Brand reporting. Thank you for that. Well, as parents worry about the kids' social media use, AI chatbots are changing the reality of the classroom. We're going to get to that in a second. First, I really wanted to hear what you had to say about this lawsuit.
Yeah.
Because there are literally thousands more of these lawsuits waiting to be heard. And this young woman, Kelly, also Kelly GM, she was on YouTube at 6 and Instagram at 9.
Yeah, so that's really young. And we have had this debate. YouTube at 6, Instagram at 9. So really young, and that is where we talk about the parental responsibility to keep your child off YouTube. Now, I have the benefit of all the data, which is show that anything under 13 is, and I don't use this word lightly, deadly to children under the age of 13. But at that time, they didn't have that data showing how harmful it could be, so I sympathize absolutely with the parents. One thing that caught my attention, and Jackie can weigh in on this if she wants, is when we know about a jury, it's all about like the pomp, the circumstance, getting the jury on your side. It's theater. Can you talk about a complicated algorithm and make sure that the jury's eyes aren't getting glazed over? So Kelly's report there, they were like, so you can only look at her post, no one else, because everyone else is protected by Section 230. But you can't talk about the algorithm, and I just want to know if they can do that without the jury's eyes getting glazed over about an algorithm and coding, and it's complicated, and then I've lost you. That's my only concern.
I will weigh in on that. I think it's hard to understand. I think the only way that I would really understand or potentially be a good juror in this trial would be if I had used Instagram or am a user, not really understand what they're doing. And I don't think it's that crazy. I know a lot of people who choose not to be on social media at all, adults, that wouldn't understand how the algorithm. And I personally watched it change over time. When I first started, it was about seeing a few friends and things they would put up. No one really put up anything. There was no feed. This feed has now grown into this giant, it's like an octopus, because as soon as I touch something, it's not just my friends anymore, it's ads, it's other content that Instagram thinks I would like, and as soon as I touch something, I get more and more and more of that without being able to stop it. And so I actually think without that background, it would be difficult to be a juror on this panel.
I agree with that, and yet it sparked a thought for me, which is the fact that a 6-year-old could use it tells you everything you need to know about the algorithm. You could design it so a 6-year-old can't use it, but then would ask you a question that a
6-year-olds pick up a phone and know how to operate it. So,
but that's my thing.
Is that even possible?
To me, that's the proof. The fact that they make it usable by a 2-year-old or a 6-year-old is the proof that they're trying to create the algorithm that you can't get off of. I mean, imagine for a second. Imagine YouTube and it gave you a prompt or asked you a question and 6-year-old can answer it. You have to be the only person to get it. That will show you they're designing it to break the scrolling, but they're not. I'm going to say, look at the scroll, right?
That's how Meta uses AI, right? The AI integration in Instagram is to serve us ads, to serve us content, right, that we like, so we keep scrolling and they make more money.
Final thought here, but you could go after, food companies, the food's full of sugar and addictive and they're harmful. How much is personal responsibility? That's all. I know. I feel like a lot of bad out there. We choose to consume what we choose to consume. We're like
Right? I don't like, I'm just throwing it out there, like, as a society, we chose to ban certain addictive substances based on the research. I don't know, I'm totally with you, Jackie,
A lot of stuff they don't want kids buying.
That's absolutely correct. Interesting conversation, guys. Catch the big money show tomorrow. Mike Murphy and our own Larry Kudlow. What can I do with you tomorrow? I don't know. Joining us right here at noon Eastern. But first, a moment of pride. On the big stage in Washington, President Trump honoring Team USA at the State of the Union. Powerful tribute coming up after this.
Her life was bigger than any film. She knew the power that she had. She knew her worth. She's like, I can do this. And she pushed herself in a way that she'd never been pushed before. She was a beautiful Hollywood star, but she was so much more than that.
If people want to hear something from me, okay, you're gonna hear it.
She created celebrity the way that we see it now.
$1 million for an actor? Unheard of.
Everything about her life is public.
She stood up for her friends with quite a bit of courage. She died a hero. I thought, wait a minute, instead of resenting it, I'll use my name.
For years and years, she was the most famous person in the world.
She literally is the modern day everything. She's just the blue. I don't think I'm reckless. That's right, I'm curious.
This is the beginning.
Where common sense
is our common ground. We're telling your story.
is the most important.
And we're not afraid to tell it. We're American values we don't divide us. This is time to come together. For you. For all America. For all America.
I have a call. I have no choice in the phone.
When I speak to him,
He answers.
You're so focused on one thing. Win. It's kind of all coming together.
There's been a lot of
Upside down.
You okay? Everyone thinks it's their year.
It just simply wears on you.
Wow!
It is the hardest thing to win in IndyCar.
Championship game is on road to the IndyCar Championship. Streaming now on Fox Nation. Sign up at foxnation.com.
You need to waste $5.
Yes.
Redemption is open to us all.
Life is to be lived and embraced.
Into life. Love.
Have you ever heard the expression that sometimes truth is stranger than fiction? I think this is one of those stories. Yosemite National Park, 1,200 square miles of soaring cliffs, cascading falls, and endless groves of sequoias.
Roosevelt was a man of action. It was a moment in time that changed America forever. It was a piece of paper that said, wipe them out if they get in their way. I came through a tunnel and saw maybe the most beautiful place I've ever seen in my life. It didn't set out to change America, but it's what ended up happening.
God is my everything. God is my father. Family is everything. Football is what keeps me going.
Our quarterback's the #1 in America.
It's my senior year. I have to make the most of it.
Yeah. So your biggest year, just making it out. We're going to work hard, guys. Do our job. And let God do the rest. Get ready.
God Family Football. An all new season streaming now on Fox Nation.
Catching the killer isn't easy. Lucky for me, I got friends, and they got ideas. Each episode is its own special study in solving a murder. Buckle up, this one's a ride. I'm Curtis 56 Jackson, and this is 50 Ways to Catch a Killer. Streaming now on Fox Nation.
All the cops' car chases are running. You have nowhere to go. It's going to be one wild ride. You get out on your belly, you crawl out. After another.
Why are you just chasing? Because it's a stolen car.
And another.
No.
And another. Vehicle smoke and he's out for 3 tires right now. Cops' car chases. All new on Fox Nation. So buckle up. You don't want to get a ticket.
Here with us tonight is a group of winners who just made the entire nation proud. The men's gold medal Olympic hockey team. Come on in.
The U.S. men's hockey team getting their heroes welcome at the State of the Union last night, but the fixing backlash after President Trump made a joke to players about the women's team, saying that he had to invite them to the address or he'll be impeached. Dave Portnoy, though, says the criticism is ridiculous.
But to try to throw this on the men's hockey team, who just had the greatest moments of their life. It's 5 minutes after the game ended, the euphoria, the dopamine, they're celebrating, they're talking about it. And you want them to be like, oh, hold on, you can't make that joke right now in the locker room.
I don't know, Brian, you're the same ticket.
How can you even explain it? It's an obvious joke that all humanity would have understood until the era we live in. You guys have ruined humor and ruined human goodwill.
You just can't make a joke anymore because you're going to offend somebody, but I thought it was funny. The topic conversation, Josh, is, and we were having this a little bit earlier, about how fun it was to have the men's team there, the gold medalist. I know Jerry was unfortunately not a hockey fan. We'll get to you later.
My husband is, let's be clear, I'm American. He's Canadian.
All right.
So like, having it cool to be American again, having it cool to be a young man who's like masculine, who plays sports again, all of that.
Yeah, and this is what you want sports to do, right? It's unifying. It's fun when it's Team USA and I'm from Boston and I can be here in New York, sitting with people rooting for the same team. You can all unify. That's what on Sunday morning watching the game, we're all cheering for the same team. It was nice for once.
The game was great. The game was so much fun, right? We got up Sunday morning and watched it. My 90-year-old mother was texting me through the whole thing.
Josh, this is fun. Thank you for
Thanks,
doing
Maddie,
that.
for having us. Good to see you.
And we are sending it on over to Charles Payne, and we have a little bit of green on this screen. You're up 3/10 of 1%, Charles.
All right, we'll take it. By the way, it's in the Union and the hockey victory. All amazing. Great stuff. Great week for America. All right, folks, good afternoon. I'm Charles Payne, and this is Making Money. So, since 2016, the S&P 500 has been higher 60% of the sessions after the State of the Union. Now, here's the interesting thing. The NASDAQ has generally been lower. Well, this time both are higher, but the buying action has been technology.
fact, right now, a lot of bottom fishing going on. We're going to talk about that a lot. So, as names that have succumbed to this sort of sell first, ask questions later moment of moving to the market, now they're beginning to attract buyers. Look at this list. You got Dash there, Datadog, AppLovin, and just to name a few. Technology leading the way, but the action really, I think in the financials might be a better sign for the overall economy. Number 2 mover today, the worst performing sector of the year. And by the way, on the other hand, there's news about the stable coins in the last 24 hours, folks, suggest that maybe, really seriously, there's massive competition for the entire current financial structure, folks. And that's in part dominated by big banks. We're going to talk about this. You're going to learn more and more about this as time goes on. So you're going to learn about a lot of it today. In fact, the special guest who called gold a few years ago. Now, predicting that stablecoin will be revolutionary, she's going to fill you in on that. Even if banks, by the way, in the United States derive them or push it out, it's going to happen somewhere. In the meantime, just as the case for the capital-sensitive stocks has picked up steam and everyone's talking about it, we might actually be seeing the sort of re-rotation, right? Growth is beginning to hit that. It's ready to hit one of its magic rallies, right? Look at that. Growth across each level up nicely. Now, in any case, according to Apollo, pretty good piece out today. This remains a stock picker's market, folks, underscored by the dispersion, right? That's your gap between the winners and losers. It's among the highest that we've ever had, or at least in the last several years. Now, last night, President Trump sang the praises of America and, of course, the new golden era. My first guess I would say is pointing out also that foreigners are buying and not selling U.S. securities. I think that might dovetail what President Trump was talking about. Yardinia Research President Ed Yardinia is with us now. And, I think that in our economy, our future, and the stability of America.
I think that's absolutely the case. There's been this widespread view that we are de-dollarizing and that the foreigners are selling our securities, but the actual monthly data shows that they actually bought last year a record $700 billion of U.S. equities and about 1.4. Let's do that again. 700 billion in equities and 1.4 trillion in fixed income securities. So they're definitely still finding attractive investments here.
Yeah. Back to the envelope, that's over $2 trillion. That's a stamp of approval on anyone's book. And by the way, we got to break out the rest of the world, equity markets. In some cases, like South Korea, I think it's more. In some cases, maybe not. But it's okay. It doesn't necessarily mean the end of American exceptionalism. That's what I had a problem with Wall Street's narrative last year. Let's talk about things getting even better. You've been talking a while now about tax refunds. We're going to flash on the screen a chart that suggests those checks are starting to come out. So I want to know, what do you expect? The difference that this will make for the economy and for the market.
There's some estimates out there that the average refund would be about $1,000 higher than last year. I think last year it averaged $3,000, and this year it could average $4,000. That's real money, and it certainly is going to add up in a big way. And so I think that will be an important fiscal stimulus for the economy. And meanwhile, we still have a lot of monetary stimulus that operates with a lag on the economy, and try to lower interest rates by federal funds rate by 175 basis points since September of 2024. And that stimulus is still likely to impact the economy this year. So I think economic growth is going to be pretty strong this year.
And you talk positively about the wealth effect. In fact, you talk about it all the time. I sort of recently in the again. What was shown yesterday morning, though, of a scenario, let's just say that there's a typical midterm election pullback, and the consequences that could have, as far as let's call it a negative wealth effect consequence for growth, and how that might impact the stock market. How concerned are you about something like that?
I feel like a pullback, even a correction of 10%, even 10 to 20% is no big deal to investors who've been investing in the market for a long time. They've got huge capital gains that have accumulated, especially as the retiring baby boomers. And the baby boomers are the richest retiring generation ever. And what they've been seeing so far is that even as they're spending money in their retirement nest eggs,
estimates are starting to go down because the stock market keeps going up. So yeah, I mean, you can always come up with a better scenario by painting a better scenario. The stock market goes down, consumers retrench, that causes a recession, that causes the stock market to come down. But I don't know, I'm getting a little bit of recession talk fatigue. I don't know if I teach Charles, but there's been that kind of talk since the beginning of the decade. I've been calling it the roaring 2020s. As a contrarian, I love the negativism that's still very much out there.
I'm going to say both. I love anything on God through one Yeah. You recently also spoke about analyst spirits, and maybe we're seeing that the inflection of consumer confidence yesterday, really, especially with independent voters. I thought that was pretty interesting. By the same token, we've seen investor confidence pull back a little bit. Are you okay with investor confidence rebounding and let's say Main Street confidence rebounding at the same time? Is that what we're looking for?
Well, there's two measures of the variability that I track, and one of them has been showing that Americans is increasing somewhat. But the other one that I think is actually more useful is the investors' intelligence. That's still up over 3.5, over a rate of 3.5, close to 4. And so I think there's still quite a bit of optimism out there. I think Bank of America has a similar kind of fear greed index, and that's still pretty high on the greed side. So I think one of the reasons the market is stalling here is because they're actually doing good. A few more days or weeks of action like this, and maybe we'll have less bullishness. From a contract perspective, that'll set us up even higher. The market's been holding up remarkably well.
It has. It really has. It's amazing. And then when so many big names are getting hit, people getting into other areas and out of the sidelines, to me, that's like the ultimate buy signal. I do want to ask you about Kevin Ward. He's out talking about AI for people. There's a report from a major firm yesterday that says that AI really hasn't impacted the economy yet. He's saying it hasn't impacted productivity, but he anticipates that it will. And many think that's going to be one of the things that allows a large Fed to cut rates this year. What do you think?
Well, I think that the economy is booming by productivity. There's no reason to lower interest rates. And Walsh would say, yeah, but if productivity brings inflation down to 2% or less, why not lower interest rates? And the answer is financial stability. Lower interest rates is going to increase the likelihood of another scenario in financial assets and real assets, and that gets us the problem down the road. So, lenders was successful. Economy's doing well, inflation moderating. Isn't that the sign that we're at there now, that interest rates are exactly where they should be?
All right, so I got a less than a minute to go. Let's pick up on near nirvana. I think one area that's more hard to understand right now is financials. They're pretty good bounce right now. The worst sector of the year came in with everyone with pom-poms and it's going to be perfect for them. All conditions are to go. Should we be concerned that financials aren't living up to the expectations, at least not yet?
So I think they've been hit with stimulus before AI integration. So, pretty obviously, software, security, and technology. There's also an impact on the interest. The fear is that all this AI technology is going to make it a business.
Yeah. We've seen that movie before, haven't we, Ed? Always a pleasure to talk to you, my friend. Thank you very much. All right. Folks, still ahead. My favorite city is part that made me raise my fist and say, yeah. There were a lot of choking moments. By the way, Nancy Pelosi probably didn't share my sentiments. But first, we're going to talk about stablecoin summary. It's so nebulous. People don't know what it is, but guess what? It may change everything. I'm talking about everything. About this, more evidence is showing that she is early as usual, but now we need to find out where the hottest part of this market might be and what it is next.
catching the killer isn't easy. Lucky for me, I got friends. And they got this one's alive.
She would never just disappear. This doesn't happen here.
As I passed by, I shot him.
This is a very calculating, evil person.
I'm Tony 50 Cent Jackson, and this is 50 Ways to Catch a Cold. Streaming now on Fox Nation.
Tension, stress, and uncertainty. Little. This is where a rebellion became a revolution.
When you pull that trigger, they fire first.
You should be careful what you wish.
We already have the numbers. Now we have the firepower.
So there'll be no question in anyone's mind who isn't challenged. I'm Kelsey Grammer, and this is Blood on the Brink. The Battle of Lexington and Compton. Streaming now on Fox Nation.
God is my everything. God
My best friend.
Family is everything. Football is what keeps me going.
That quarterback's the #1 in America.
How did you feel when I was incarcerated?
You will still nobody else.
Say struggling. I can't fix what's happening.
Christian's a little concerned.
And until it's done,
You could have asked my girl out to Hong Kong.
It's my senior year.
Yeah.
I have to make the most of it.
Yeah. Take a picture. Just looking out. I don't know whatever she wants.
Cookies! Give us cake tomorrow!
Oh no, the car is
oh, nice. I'm getting sweet, you understand? Do our job, but they got no rest.
Just get ready. God Family Football. The all new season. Streaming now on Fox Nation.
We are racing!
So focused on one thing. Win. It's not all coming together.
There's been a lot of time lost.
You are upside down!
You okay? Everyone thinks it's it
just simply wears on you.
Wow!
It is the hardest thing to win in any championship game is on.
Road to the IndyCar Championship. Streaming now on Fox Nation. Sign up at foxnation.com.
Her life was bigger than any film. She knew just the power that she had. She stood up for her friends with quite a bit of courage. She died a hero.
I don't think I'm right, but I am curious.
I have a call. I have no choice. I need to follow. I see the answers.
Hi. Cold. Day. Or night. Slow. Or fast. High. Or low. Fact. Or fiction. Quiet. Or loud. What if you didn't have to choose between either? Or
From the place you can't believe to the most live games and drama that comes with it. If it happens on the court, it's happening on NBA League.
All right, so the hottest stock in today's session is Circle Internet. Now, I'll do this chart because this was one of the hottest IPOs in 2025. It took off like a rocket. Since then, it's been what you can only describe as a hellish downturn. But
Interesting enough today, huge volume, stock zooming above the 50-day moving average. This is pretty convincing. And why? Well, the revenues were up 77%. They earned 40 cents. We thought they would earn 16%. Now, all of this is happening because the company's stablecoin. It's called USDC in this case. 72% increase in circulation. And I got to tell you, that's phenomenal news for the company, but maybe even better news for stablecoin. This on top of the fact that yesterday Stripe raised money for its employees, right? Now here's the thing. They did it at a valuation of $159 billion. That's up 74% from last February. And it's driving stablecoin around the world and this company in particular. Now my next guest, she actually falls over the gold rally of a few years. It was positioned people very well. In fact, with everyone else that maybe wants to other side. So now she's saying stablecoin is the future. I'm going to bring in Walter, Wealth Management President Rebecca Walter. And Rebecca, first, let's just start first with what is stable? Folks who aren't familiar, and I'm sure most people aren't. How do you explain?
Hi, it's a transactional. Like you equivalent of the actual dollar bills in your wallet that you would just go and exchange for buying something. So it's the transactional cryptocurrency to buy and sell.
So then why use it? Why not just use the dollar instead?
It's a great question. So basically last year, the Congress passed the Genius Act, and I really think that it's kind of a genius move of this Trump administration because they made the dollar relevant, U.S. Treasury relevant. What the Genius Act does, Charles, is it sets up a one-to-one reserve. So it says, okay, third parties, you can go out and issue as many stablecoins as you want for transactions. However, what that means is you have to have a U.S. Treasury, which represents $1 stablecoin that you issue. So it's a one-to-one reserve relationship with no more fractional reserve banking. And so that way, these stablecoin issuers can go kind of into like a banking role even without the banks. Of course, that's the problem the banks have. So the banks have really got a lot.
Well, you know what? I know they're trying to stall it in Congress, but it might not be working. So yesterday was Stripe. They said they made this statement. It may be a crypto winter, but it's a stablecoin summer. After a decade of stablecoin volume, the unleashing of crypto asset prices, last year saw Bitcoin drop to 60%. So why do you think now? Why is all of a sudden stablecoin really starting to take off?
I think it's a transactional crypto-based currency. You know, Bitcoin, people like Ethereum, Bitcoin, XRP, Ripple, they like these things because they think that there's value in and of itself in the actual technology. Smart contracts, for example, with Ethereum. And that's true. It's an asset class unto itself. But this would be the transactional arm of cryptocurrency. And so it wouldn't necessarily say, hey, I'm not buying a stablecoin so that the stablecoin can appreciate. I'm buying stablecoins only to just do transactions. And that's why you see that the distribution of Bitcoin in relation to the acceleration of stablecoins.
You and I have talked, and you said, listen, they're trying to stall with the banks and Congress, but this thing is a juggernaut, and it's going to happen. If it doesn't happen in this country, it's going to happen. Now, also during the quarter, Stripe said they cut a deal with Intuit. Last time you were on the show, this is not that you liked. They got slammed a little bit on that research report, but they cut a deal with Anthropic. They cut a deal with Stripe. So the question is, it's up huge. It's up 4%. This is a name that you're still buying.
Yeah, we think it's up at all-time high. We like it. We don't think that software as a service for certain is definitely has an end date, an expiration date, but it's not tomorrow. It's not next year. So it is going to be a process. It might be a lot more truncated than we expect. It's not going to be a fast process because we displace all software as a service. So we think that it's a good bet for now. It's not a good bet forever. It's a good bet for now.
Right. So you're doing more bottom fishing. You like United Healthcare. Why now?
Yeah, you know, their price to sales, Charles, is not even 1%. It's 0.57. So this is actually a buy, bottom 50, 80% of new consumers going into hedge funds. We've got a lot, you know, obviously we have a lot of hedge funds that are interested. So I think United Healthcare is one of the healthcare, you know, systems that we have in this country. It's definitely been oversold, and it's a good buy entry point to make some price appreciation.
Microsoft, another buy for candidate, I cannot believe how much this stock is up. It blows my mind. It looks like it's going to be buying. Why are you buying it?
30% off all-time high at August is a little, speeding up of the Max 7, and we do believe with this new announcement that they just gave with Starlink, this low Earth orbit, basically being able to use new satellite technology on a much more efficient basis. I really believe that Microsoft is doing some really great things on the AI side, and I think that they're not behind it, lacking necessarily. And I think that for being 30% off all-time high, it's definitely worth rotating back into for sure.
Before I let you go, speaking of moving so fast, Netflix comes back a little bit. You're up on the from the short. Did you still watch this?
Yes, we did. We actually sold out.
It's looking pretty good here. Hey, Rebecca, thank you very much. This stable point thing is going to be easy, so we'll talk about that.
It's unstoppable. It's unstoppable. We've got to be on the right side of the United States. Not like Congress set the pace up. We've got to get on the right side of the state.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, well, that's a training report. Still, casting a dark shadow, right? A lot of people are concerned about this, a lot of debate about this. Well, my next guest published a rebuttal. It's not a negative rebuttal. In fact, he's got some praise and who's going to get favored. Eric Jackson with a statement on that. The word should we be buying based on what President Trump said last night?
A fresh start doesn't mean starting over. It means making room for what's next. At NFM, adding fresh touches to spaces you love is easier than ever. Get inspired by the possibilities of all living room seating, dining, and bedroom on sale. Enjoy furniture up to 60% off. Get the mattress that finally helps you sleep. Plus, refrigerators starting at $7.99 and fridges starting at $5.99. New items arrive daily, so inspiration is always in stock. Spring is a fresh perspective. Explore what's possible at NFM.
Another day, same pain, same meds, same struggling for sympathy. Injections like Humira and Echo will clearly with moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis or psoriatic arthritis. But your symptoms haven't improved enough. Rinvoq works differently. After 1 years old, it can rapidly relieve RA and PSA, joint pain, stiffness, and swelling, as fast as 2 weeks for some. Even after 3 years, many people felt this relief. In PSA, Rinvoq can leave skin noticeably clearer.
Rinvoq can lower ability to fight infections. For treatment, test for TB and do blood work. Serious infections, blood clots, some fatal cancers, including lymphoma, serious allergic reactions. GI tears, death, heart attack, and stroke occur. See the event risk increases in age 50 plus with a heart disease risk factor. Tell your doctor if you have these events, infection, have you received smoke or pregnant or planning. Don't take an allergic or have an infection.
Do something. Ask your doctor if switching to Rinvoq is right for you. People say that radical hospitality is a thing of the past. But at Circumference, we beg to differ. We pour everything into helping you make the West your own. Come visit us and see what's in store for you.
I never really knew people were more evil until I met Ted.
Blood had been drained from the body, almost kind of like a ritualistic killing.
It's hard to look at.
What's your favorite sheriff here, Ted? We see the position you put me in.
Yeah, you never committed murder.
I certainly feel that one anyway. But I'm happy he does something like that.
The women responded. We're all of a similar type.
The other guy out there that's making a sport out of this, I never know where he's going to start next.
This guy is taunting you.
The DA said, we'll never find out who did this. I'm going to find this guy.
It was up to us to order. He said, he wouldn't stop.
You enjoy the change. You enjoy the fast food. You enjoy the whole thing.
Hunting Bundy, streaming now on Fox Nation. America is streaming. With intentional chaos and uncertainty of it all.
This is where a rebellion became a revolution. So when you pull that trigger, they fire. You should be careful what you wish.
We already had the numbers. Now we have the firepower.
So there'll be no question in anyone's mind who is in charge. I'm Kelsey Grammer, and this is Blood on the Bridge. The Battle of Lexington and Concord. Streaming now on Fox Nation.
Her life was bigger than anything. She knew just the power that she had. She stood up for her friends with quite a bit of courage. She died a hero. I don't think I'm right, but I am curious.
I don't care what they say. I feel something takes some better use of this problem.
Wow! Woke up in America. Streaming now on Fox Nation. Real kidding. One guy. Two guys.
Today, we keep Washington honest in the middle of America. This is a place where we dig deeper. I want to know the real story.
Watch and listen to the real deal.
The heart of the matter from the heart of America.
Watch The Real King Show live from Texas. Weekdays at 4 on the Fox News Channel. And listen anytime to Real King Country.
Will Kane.
Please do I have negotiated the new ratepayer protection pledge. You know what that is? We're telling the major companies that they have the obligation to provide for their own power needs. They can build their own power plants as part of their factories.
All right, folks, essentially what President Trump is saying there is that there's going to be a whole lot of money to be made as these hyperscalers start to have to pay for their own data centers. We're going to talk to the guests who've been telling you this for well over a year. But first, I want to talk more broadly about the market. Obviously, a lot of comment in the last couple of sessions. In fact, investors are even picking up some of these names led by Citrini and other things. Now, my first guest posted a widely read report on that Citrini research report. I want to bring him in now. EMJ Capital founder, CIO, Eric Jackson. So, Eric, I saw you had some pros, and I think you even caught in that report. I want to start with the things that you disagree with. What did they get wrong?
Well, I think there's a reason why Michael Burry and Citrini get clicks, Charles. You know, fear sells. You know, if it leads, it leads. And, I think what it missed is that obviously AI is going to cause a lot of disruption. We saw the wreckage of the markets on Monday in response to kind of some of the scary possibilities of the future. I'm not saying they're all wrong. I think what they missed, though, is that obviously any disruption, there's an opportunity, and that's where I'm focused on too.
Yeah, but he also, though, did talk about the reflexivity trap. You said that's where the report gets genuinely brilliant. The ServiceNow example is the most elegant illustration of that mechanism. What is that? What is that mechanism we're talking about?
Well, it's as people cut employees and get more efficient with using AI. They're made less and so ServiceNow or CRM, Salesforce, they can continue to invest in AI and say everything's great, but they've sort of got a fundamental problem. The revenues are drying up, and they can't invest in AI fast enough to replace that revenue that's going out because of the antiquated business model. So that's a big issue facing them. The credit card companies, they talked about a lot, and I agree with this. In the future, Charles, I think we're all going to have to get comfortable with the idea that we're going to have, instead of a personal secretary, we're going to have AI agents helping us out, and with just personal finance things. So why should I recommend to Charles that he get a new Amex Gold card? Because I don't have any affinity with Amex because of the brand and the commercial they think. I'm just going to look around for the best kind of prices for Charles. And it turns out there's some upstart that's offering something through, stablecoins he was talking about in DeFi that's, at 5% interest rate instead of like a 30% APR for them. And the AI agents are going to opt for that. And so that's why the credit card companies tumble the other day.
Yeah, I mean, a lot, the data, just across the board, to your point, things have changed. What do you think is they're completely dead? Maybe their margins will go down. Certainly, their valuation metrics probably go down. But I got to switch to what Trump said about hyperscalers. They came in with the clip of it, the data centers.
You gotta pay your own way, right? So this is opportunity, big time opportunity, including for the so-called neo-clown. And one thing is obviously you've talked about this, it's new to the market, long before everybody else, but many still don't understand. Like, how do you shift from being a Bitcoin miner to AI computing? Walk us through that process.
But there's a right way to go about it, wrong way. My view, and I'm biased because I'm long. I talked about iron with you. So they own the land, they own the power, they own 4.5 gigawatts, coming up on 6 gigawatts. They have a low amount of debt. They, if they're getting financed by NVIDIA to the tune of 4%. Whereas there's another player in the space called CoreWeave that doesn't own any of its power. Just is sort of effectively like a middleman. And has 25 billion of debt, not 4 billion. And they're paying over 8% on that 25 billion.
Hey, Mom, are you still on?
The management team also has been through the fire of seeing their stock decline 90+% and come back on the other side. So I trust people like Ira more. I think Corbin. I'm very bullish on AI, Charles. But if we slow down just a little. That's really going to affect what 4 weeks.
I've got less than a minute to go. I think you might have mentioned Cypher, CIFR before. Nebius had a major earnings report not long ago. Where do you fall with those? Because your followers always on social media are asking for, okay, we've got Iron, they want something else.
Definitely Cypher. I think Cypher, from we just talked about debt. They have the cheapest debt out there, Charles. They're not as big as Iron, but they've really positioned themselves to do well, whether there's a slowdown or whether we just keep going like crazy. So I love Cypher. They had earnings yesterday morning. They were great. I also love Hutney. They reported this morning too. And very strong management team there, good economics. Those are 3 that I like the most in the space: Iron, Cypher, and Hutney.
Good stuff, Eric. Good seeing you. Thank you very much. Talk to you real soon.
Okay, thanks, Charles.
All right, folks. After the close, NVIDIA and the report down that everyone sits on the Eagles. Now, of course, we think NVIDIA takes so long, but what do you think of that today? Maybe it's that today. She has been absolutely amazing on this for a very long time. I can't wait for her to tell us what she expects and maybe how the market will react. Also, are CPUs and its bottleneck? I'll ask. We'll be right back.
Will King. One guy. 2 hands. All heart.
Today, we keep Washington honest from the middle of America. This is a place where we dig deeper. I want to know the real story.
Watch and listen to the real deal.
The heart of the matter from the heart of America.
Watch the Will King Show live from Texas, weekdays at 4 on the Fox News Channel, and listen anytime to Will King Country.
God is my everything. God is my father. Family is everything. Football is what keeps me going.
Our quarterback's the #1 in America.
It's my senior year. I have to make the most of it.
Yeah. So your biggest year. We're going to work all night. Do our job. We'll let God do the rest. Get ready.
God Family Football, an all-new season, streaming now on Fox Nation.
Weather is part of the American story. Under stormy skies, down snowbanks, even in Liberty. From the first heat wave to the first frost, Fox Weather is there for you when the storm breaks.
Just wreaking havoc here.
And after it passes,
There is a lot of work to get done, but there's hope to move forward.
we're with you every step of the way.
I'm going to go see if I can help the city out.
For all seasons, for all America, Fox Weather.
Shot fire. Blood spilled. Amid tension, chaos, and uncertainty. This is where a rebellion became a revolution.
And aim for that trigger
Pay fire first. You should be careful fucking wishes. We already had the numbers. Now we have a firepower. So there'll be no question in anyone's mind there was some change.
I'm Kelsey Grammer, and this is Blood on the Bridge. The Battle of Lexington and
Blood on the Bridge.
on Fox Nation.
You ever heard the expression that sometimes the truth is stranger than fiction? I think this is one of those.
Excuse me. 384, 25,384 is a big rejection area. I just figured that out. It's actually a middle VWAP area from a previous day, a couple weeks ago. And so typically when you get to 25,384 middle VWAP area, that could be a point of reversal. And if you look here, I'll show you really quick. When you look over here, okay, right here, middle VWAP, this was on 9th. So 25,003, oh, hold on. It's at 384. This one, right? 384. Three 84. What day is this? February 9th.
A fresh start doesn't mean starting over. It means making room for what's next. At NFM, adding fresh touches to spaces you love is easier than ever. Get inspired by the possibilities with all living room seating, dining, and bedroom on sale. Enjoy furniture up to 60% off. Get the mattress that finally helps you sleep. Plus, refrigerator starting at $7.99.
This area
New items arrive daily, so inspiration
here
is always in stock. Spring is a fresh perspective. Explore what's possible at NFM.
actually becomes a big rejection area over here.
And how to control the flames.
384 p.m.
Only you can prevent.
So if you hold above the 384 area, then you can continue to go up into here. But like I said, I just looked back and I was looking and I noticed that 384 right here is a middle VWAP for February 9th, which could cause a rejection area right here. Let me see here. Well, today is NVIDIA's earnings. I just learned that NVIDIA is having its earnings. So every time NVIDIA has its earnings, we usually drop that whole day, and then towards this time of day we go up. So it's weird because now we've been going up all day. So I was thinking it's going to do the inverse and come back down because we've been on this slow kind of grind up here. But if we can get above 384 and hold, then we keep shooting up. The most important thing is this area right here now, 25,361, which is the top of this range. As long as we're above this blue line here, we'll go up. So it's not until we break underneath this blue line now that we go down, to here, to here. This is going to be a support level right here as well. So So those are the things you just got to look for. Do we hold above this range? Okay, because this is a range. This range now becomes support. So as long as we hold above this range, we keep going up. However, February 9th, we got middle VWAP right here. Typically, we've rejected middle VWAPs from previous days when we reach that price level again, and we're reaching that price level again, and so it's right here. So the main thing to look for right now is to see, do we, breach in the 390s, 395s? Because if we do, then we can get up into here. If not, if we have a hard rejection right around here and boom, and come down real fast, okay, but we hold right here, say we come here, come down and hold, then we can fire back up as well. So those are things to look for. We have to hold this area if we want to keep going up. The minute we break under here would be a good time to get into these red cells. The minute you break, it's a good time to get into the cells to about here. And then if you break here, the 25,332, then you'll quickly fall into these areas right here. Okay, so as of now, everything's pointing up. As of now, everything's up, 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 up. Okay, so just, keep that in mind. It's not until you break this under this blue line here that we can drop to here. And then if we can't hold here, then we're going to drop to here. Okay. And that is what is occurring right now. This is looking weak. This is looking like it's weak. So, we'll see. But overall, everything's up. Trend is up. Everything's up. And if you're above here, up. But it is looking weak. We did drop under the 21. These lines are starting to point down. So could we get a little drop? A continuation on this drop? Yeah, we could, but as long as we're above here, we continue up. And that's pretty much it. But overall for today, this big spike up. Then we broke right here. This was the key point right here when we finally broke above. And we got back up in this channel. And now we're just, let me take profit here. And now we're still in this channel and we're above. So we're still in this channel. We're above the range. So according to that information, this area is the area where buyers want to go ahead and put green lines right there, put a stop a little bit below there, and then get this, since you're at the bottom of this channel, to get a buy here and then to ride it up into your 384, 387 level for that middle VWAP retest. If that makes sense. I know that's a lot of information, but that's just kind of where it's at right now. And look, it is doing a nice bounce here at the bottom of this little baby range, and at the top of this bigger range that we've been in all day. And so in this sort of channel, you want to get buys at the bottom of the channel, which we missed it. It didn't come low enough. And then I chase it up here a little bit. And then you want to get sells, closer to middle or upper of this channel. But since price is moving so slow, you don't want to try to be too greedy and get sells up here. It may just, get to the middle of here since we have this rejection area over here at the 384 zone. I do want to try to get a sell around there. But today has really been an extremely just painfully slow day. There's going to be a lot of action though after hours because NVIDIA has its earnings. And NVIDIA creates a lot of volatility. But if we're looking at this as a whole, this is the main one right now that we need to hold above to continue up. And if you can't hold this, most likely you'll drop to here. And then if you can't hold this, most likely you'll drop to here. It's 148. And we haven't had any aggressive big moves, just it's a slow grinder all the way up. And since we have NVIDIA's earnings, it's possible that we really don't get any big moves here till like the last 30 minutes and into 30 minutes after market opens. or sorry, after market closes. Market closes 3 o'clock Central Time. So from 3 to 3:30 could be some really big moves since NVIDIA's earnings. But if you notice, these ranges, these little baby ranges and bigger ranges, that's important when it comes to trading, is identifying the range, identifying your channel, adjusting your lines accordingly. And then this is at the top of the 10 o'clock hourly candle right here. And what I've noticed is that usually at this point, okay, when this candle closes at 10, usually you'll get a reversal. And we did right here around 9:30. We did get a reversal to come down. However, when you get back above this area, the 10 o'clock candle area, you typically always trend above it when you get above this area. However, if you can't get above this area, like when we were rejecting right here, boom, we come down, boom. The second one, we had a big come down, and I forgot to map this out. But this area is important because if you can't hold above this area, you usually fall back down into this range. And if you notice I didn't have this mapped out here. And where did we come to? We went all the way down right to the top of this, the 10 o'clock hourly candle. Mm-hmm. And this is the bottom of the range right here. Yeah, typically if you can't hold the bottom of this range here, typically you'll drop down into here, this bottom area, if not lower.
There's no chance she has to be releasing an album this month. Hey, I'm not mobile pop soon.
Everyone has to make money on yours. Trade on the future of almost anything.
What else?
World's largest prediction market, right at your fingertips. Kalshi is available in all 50 states.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high.
Rob trusts President for his brain, and this is his story.
I'm Rob. I run the same trade for Tigers in Southern California. I've been working with Tigers for over 3 years. I found that I take some various supplements for my physical health. I wanted to take something for my brain as well. After taking Prevagen, I felt more confident. I felt more than normal. I stopped taking Prevagen for a while, and I noticed a difference. I got right back on me. Prevagen really works.
Prevagen has been the #1 selling brain supplement nationwide for over 10 years.
Hello, America. I'm hosting my first ever game show on purpose. It's called What Did I Miss? We took 4 contestants and isolated them from time. No phones, no TV, no clue. That means you make them answer questions for money. Sean Hannity's money, maybe. I keep imagining it's like a world just being burned down. What do you guys think? Why not be the strangest game show ever created?
What Did I Miss? A Fox Station game show. Streaming now, only on Fox Station.
Come on, Milo, let's go. Come on.
This is the beginning. But common sense is our common ground.
We're telling your story.
It's us important story
And we're not afraid to tell it.
where American values unite us and don't divide us. This is the time to come together. For you, for me, for all, for all Americans, for all. You're making not enough of your top work.
These are the stories of the most hated criminals in American history.
Stop. Everything's like outside of race. Maybe that helps me get a girlfriend.
100 Days to Indy, streaming now on Fox Station. Sign up at foxstation.com.
Catching the killer is decent. Lucky for me, I got friends. And they got ideas. Each episode is its own special study in solving a murder. Buckle up. This one's a ride.
She would never just disappear. This doesn't here.
As I passed by, this is a very calculating, evil person.
I'm Curtis 56 Jackson, and this is 50 Ways to Catch a Killer. Even now on Fox Nation.
God is my head. God is my father.
My best friend.
Family is everything. As long as you'll keep you on.
But yeah, we should pop. We should get another pop here. And If we don't get a hard rejection right around here, then boom, we continue up to 25,420, 25,450. Those are your next stopping points after here. So if we don't totally reverse and come back, then we just blow all the way up into these zones. Your 420 into your 450 area right here. Right there. 450. And we are in the channel. We've been in this channel pretty much all day. I've been extending it a little bigger more and more as the channel kind of grew. As it kind of grew, it was here, and then we came down to the 10 o'clock candle, powered up, and we've been in this channel. So this could be a lot of accumulation to rip right up, or it could be a lot of accumulation, down, back down into here. $360.72. So almost another 70, 80 points up into this zone. And about 100 points. About 100 points down here into this zone. From where we're at right now. In this little baby range.
So by adding to society, that's where we are right now. Congress, it's only given it lip service now, right? And at first, whenever it was brought up back in the day like this, no one cared, right? They just kind of blew it off, and then saying that they would do something about it down the road. There was a little bit of heat, so even Nancy Pelosi says they'll do something. They haven't, right? And here's the problem: the games have gotten far more outlandish since the time I started tweeting about it in 2011. Look at that number on the screen. It's at 35 million. And by the way, here's the crazy part. That was just last year. Everyone's gotten in on the act, right? It was just a handful of people like the Nancy Pelosi's of the world. In 2021, there were over 10,000 trades.
No, your funds are in your account.
Last year, there were 14,000 trades.
Your funds are in there.
703 million. They traded almost $1 billion worth of stocks. Now, I want you to check this out, right?
Just so you know. But I've been I don't think probably today's a good day to touch it because NVIDIA earnings, and it's always, the market's always more manipulated on this day, and so probably tomorrow will be a good day. Great day, actually. A great day tomorrow. Great day. Greater day. Total model. Yeah, this is like, I don't like this type of trade today. This is the worst type of trade today. It's very, very slow. Extremely slow.
Insider trading on rules that Congress is going to make and investing in things
Does look like we are about to get this little pop though. So I am just loading on an additional contract for the pop. And hopefully we can get it going here.
The stock is off a record of 212 back in October. Now the expectations are sky high for Nvidia. Wall Street is looking for a $153 in profit. That would be a gain of 72% year over year, and revenue coming in at $66.21 billion. That would be a gain of 68%. Even if you do not own the stock, nearly every investor's portfolio has been lifted over the past 2 to 3 years by the artificial intelligence trade, which
Artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence.
says about demand from AI data center customers, the memory chip shortage, inventory of it, as he put it, is insanely popular blockchain. Tariffs, and of course, whether Nvidia has restarted shipping its approved chips to China. Here at
China. Chips from China. You know, usually after these long, drawn out hoobla-doos, and then you get these two little humps right here, you finally get your move. However, the move is not looking, once again, going in our direction. Don't get me. I'm sick of getting stuffed out. Deleverage, deleverage. Deleverage, deleverage. $26,000. $26,000. The Russell. Okay, so we dropped out of the channel once again. However, we are still in the range. Would like to add a few more right there. No, yeah, I know, mother. I hear you. In fact, just by the way the market's moving today, I wouldn't even want to touch it today because this is just the worst type of movement ever. I hate this type. I never do good on this type of movement. This type of movement, I don't know if you remember me saying, when we were back here and we did this, I said, this looks like a slow grinder. It's better just to put your stop right here and just to let it roll. It's just going to slow grind. And honestly, I had a feeling it was going to be one of those. And that's just exactly what we did. That's exactly what we did. My intuition was on point. I just didn't listen to it this time. But this right here, putting those stops right here, and sometimes I'll do that when I'm going to the gym or whatever. Because I knew it was just a slow grinder. And then after we had this manipulation right here, just to put those stops here and then just let it grind. So if you got stop, you got stop. But if not, then you just let it continue to grind up. So that would have been the best thing to do for today was right here when we broke out of this triangle. And then boom, we had that manipulation. So As long as you would have stayed above here, right here, which we did, you grind up. You always do. You always do. And again, here, as long as we're in this range right here, okay, even if we come down and we still grind up. This is the range right here. The minute you crack range, then you can start to come down into here, into here, into here. You know, most likely, I would say here, o'clock, top of the 10 o'clock candle. This point is always um, revisited a lot. So we did revisit it right here already. Boom. Boom. So I know it looks kind of like, oh shoot, it's gonna fall off a cliff. But like I said, as long as you're above here, and look, you're getting this big power candle right there. See, a lot of the time, especially in this type of market, they'll do that fake power candle, which I think it's a fake one. And then they come back down one more time and touch this. They get everyone going long, and they come down and touch this, and then they go. However, I mean, they could just pop it and go right here too. Now that we're holding above this right here, this line. It's a very important line. Because once you get above this line here now, like it just did, it didn't come back down. And as long as you hold above this, like you could do something like this where you hit that and then you just put a stop underneath this line here. Because you could just keep flying up from there and not break back underneath this line here. And if you do, then you just put another buy down there and get it back down on the flip side there. On the flipple. 84. Trump. But this today was a slow full dread, slow grinder up. We're finally starting to look like we're getting a little bit more volatility right here towards the end of the range. Okay. We've been in this range since 1 o'clock. So it's almost an hour. So usually 45 minutes to an hour, the range ends. So you get your move. So remember that. Okay. So you get your move after about 45 minutes to an hour after being in a range. And we've been in this range about an hour. So an hour and like 8 minutes. Just right here. So now's the time for the move. But remember, like I said, we got this huge rejection area right here and into the 84 and 94 area right here. So do also keep that in mind. So there's the fake out once again. It did not fly up. But there's so many times where you get this right here, boom, it just flies up. But it didn't. This second candle made a little lower high, and then this one had no wick and flushed down. So it didn't just shoot right off the Richter scale. However, it did hold on the little 50 EMA here on that candle. So typically on this candle, as long as you don't get under, here, you can, keep going up. But That doesn't look like it's the case. It looks like it's probably going to come all the way back down here. Tap these and then make a decision on up or down. Up or down. So if you were, say you were going to get into a trade, right? Where's the best area to buy? At the bottom of the range. Because if you lose, you only lose this much right here if you're wrong. But what do you win? You win all the way up into here if you're right. So if you were trading this like, real money or whatever, this is the best area here because you should bounce and go up. Or if you're wrong, boom, then you just take this little loss right here. If you're right, you get the big win all the way up to here, so forth. Can keep going. So that's the smart way to trade is to buy at the bottom of these ranges here. Okay. Sometimes, yes, it does go, a little bit lower, like sometimes it will go a little bit lower to like 60 and then pop up to, so if you wanted to, you could do something like that. Okay, so you don't get stopped out, and then you give it that little wick room to breathe right there. And if it doesn't come down and hit us right here, then you're good because you don't, the trade didn't happen. You're in the best position to take the trade. This is the best area to get into buys, like the best in this situation right here. And price has been coming a little bit lower lately, below the range today too. So it has been coming here. It came a lot lower. Okay. This was the range. It came a lower right here when we were in this range, and then it made the higher low. Okay, so it has been doing that. It was the range right here for a long time, and then it came a little bit lower to 10 o'clock, and then boom. And then this was the range right here, came a little bit lower, and then boom. It has been the pattern today, and it flips back and forth. Sometimes it will come a little bit lower, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it will stop right around like what it's doing here and making this angle to go up, or sometimes it will just come right here to the bottom and it won't get lower than this wick right there, that one, and it will hold above that wick. All right, there we go, man. There we go. Let me get Milo. Look like he wants to come out here, Mr. Milo. Mr. Milo. And I'm going to put a buy right here too. Try to catch that. Boom. All right. Into here. All right, I'm going to go get Milo. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. Hey, yo, my yo. Hey, yo, my yo. Okay. Fully. Well, I hope that you kind of understand what I've been saying. If you don't understand some of these concepts, please let me know so I can find a simpler way to explain, um, how the market is moving and how we map out these levels. Like if you don't understand where I'm getting these levels from, or whatever, any question, um, then let me know so I can explain what's going on here. We are on the time frame. Sometimes it's a lot easier on a 2-minute time frame. There's not so much racket or noise, um, and you can see a little more clearly the mess, I guess. The only problem with that is that since I've been making all my lines on the 1 minute, my lines mess up when I go to the 2 minute, unless I were making my lines on the 2 minute. There's a way to fix that. Um, there is a way to fix it, but I haven't figured it out. I have to like double click on here. I have to go to like timestamp New York session and do all this stuff. And I tried it a million times, but I just can't figure it out. But anyway, so the 2 minute, kind of helps because then you can see how like this body, this red body, this green one just beat it out. And so now this green one just needs a beat out here, for the continuation up. And it's always about these bodies, like the green body or the red body, which one wins. Because the minute this green body engulfs the red body and goes bigger, then that's where market tends to go. Okay. The market also tends to go with the trend when we're in the trend. And it always tends to magnetize since we're above this VWAP band and above this range here behind us. As long as we hold here, price typically magnetizes to the next rejection zone, which is here, here, and into here. See you. But the minute you break here, then down to here. And then the minute you break here, down to here. Why does it happen like that? Because you see all these right here where they bottom out at? Okay, that's why. Because all this in between don't matter. It's where they finally bottom out at a lot. And you got a lot of bottoming out right here. All this don't matter. This is all, you go through that. Okay, this is where we bottom. And this is the 10 o'clock candle. The top of the 10 o'clock candle, which is always a good reference. It's the 6 a.m. hourly candle and the 10 o'clock candle are always good reference for trading, because usually what happens is here's our 6 o'clock candle back here. If you hold above the 6 o'clock candle, which we did, you always trend for 4 hours, because that's your... Oh, good. Awesome. Oh, shit. I didn't know you're there all day. I would have been yapping more to really explain more, but I felt like you stopped asking questions some, so I didn't know if you're still there or whatever. But this 6 o'clock candle, yeah, it can continue, yeah, as long as we're above that range. That's pretty much, seeing here a lot is going to get bigger or better, go up right now. Yeah, pretty much, as long as we're above this range here, okay, well, this is the range, but as long as we're above this range and we don't fall back into it, then we won't flush, down. So ranges are like magnets. You always magnetize when you break into another range, you always magnetize up to another range or down. But one of the things is this is the top of our hourly 6 o'clock candle. And what happens is in the morning, if you can hold above the 6 o'clock candle, you always go up in that direction for 3-4 hours. Vice versa. If you can't hold above the 6 o'clock candle, you always go down for 3 or 4 hours. In most cases. In most cases. And those are things to pay attention to. Too. When you're trading, and then you always like to come back and revisit these areas too. So here and here, since it's in the same trading day, you are going to revisit those areas sometime in the same trading day or the next trading day. So those areas are pretty vital for 2 days. They're pretty vital for 2 days. Okay, so look, we came down to our spot here. Like we thought we were going to do. I don't want to get stopped out. Let me move a little lower. So now we came down to the bottom of our range. We got 2 cons. Okay. Let me get another one. Put it a little lower here and deleverage. Okay, and we've been doing that. We've been going a little lower all day. Okay, so did that. It dropped down to 59.58. Let's just say 58. Okay. And so now, as long as we're holding above here in this range, then we should be good to go. And we shouldn't. I could add another buy right there. Now that that happened, we shouldn't get below there. We should hold. Okay, if we're going to go, we're going to go. We're going to blow and go. Well, good, mother. I love it too. And I can teach you a lot. I mean, there's so much stuff that I can teach you. And as long as you're able to see what I'm teaching you and you ask questions if you don't understand, then you'll really start to see like what I'm talking about. But oh, good. I'm glad you're paying attention. Every day is a new something to teach. Every day is different. Every day is not like the last day. It's always a little different and a little tweaked. And it's just trying to figure out, one, what are we doing today? Are we going to uptrend? Are we going to downtrend? Or are we going to range? And then once we identify what we're going to be doing for the day, then you can identify, the best places to enter in those contracts and exit out of those contracts. Okay, so let's get back here to the 1 minute so our lines can be lined up appropriately. And you see how we bounce perfectly here on that? That's where I added the third contract right here, because that is also a very good area to add, because you should hold this zone if we're going to continue up. Now, if you're looking, your eyes always need to be looking at this sort of thing. Like I can see this in my head, but I want to draw it for you so you can see it. And like you always want to look at this most recent sloping resistance zone, because and sometimes in the beginning you can map them out or whatever. It's important to map out that if you can't visually see it without the lines. Um, but just know if we can't get above here, we can't keep pushing up. This is a very important area right here. This is an area where we have to keep going up here. So, and so this is the decision where it's like, okay, should I sell the contract? Should I not? Am I just gonna hold? You know, I found it's best just to put your stop losses in right here and just not even touch it. If you get whacked, you get whacked. If you don't, then you go all the way up into these zones here, 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 and so forth. I always found it best, but since I do have two contracts, and I say I don't want to over leverage, it's like, oh, I don't want to over leverage. You can always just close out one contract, and then when you do break above here, then you can add your other contract and write it up or whatever. And it is a very vital time to make a decision because look, you always retest. Not always, but majority of the time, when you in a range, you always retest the low all to see if you're gonna hold or not. So, I mean, the majority of the time you do. Uh, so now's the time since we finally retested this area and we bounced back up into this range. Oh, look, I missed it. I'm over here yapping. Godly. Okay, I missed that ad, but I do want to explain this so you get it. So we fell out of the range, but then once we hop back up into the range, once you hop back into the range, it's good because then you can, go here. And then once we break out of this, then, sky's the limit. Um, sky's the limit to the next resistance. But it's always very important to get back up in the range because then you can at least go 50% to 60% of the way. 61, like if we were to count this as the fib, let's do the fib here. Let's just say this is 100%, 60%. You usually get to 50, 60% when you get back up into the range. You get here 80% of the time. 80% of the time, you're going to get this to this. Okay. Once you get back up in the range, 80%, probably even more. No, you can practice on the demo. You can practice on the demo, make money on the demo, and that's how you can learn this. But anyways, what I've noticed is I do a lot better, mother. I do so much more better when I'm not holding my trade so long. You see how I've been holding my trade so long, just waiting for this pop? Like if I'm just selling this 50, selling that. Oh, look at that. Look at that. You see that big rejection right there? Ooh. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, I don't want to touch it now. But anyways, oh shit, I'm still in a contract. Okay. That's a pretty sizable rejection. Let me close out. That's a pretty sizable rejection, and let me explain what happened here. So we broke up here. We couldn't hold above this trend line, and we fell back underneath it. That's exactly what happened. And in order for us to, we have to hold this area right here. You have to hold this. Sometimes you go a little bit under and bounce on these lines, but you don't want to get underneath these lines like that because at that point in time, it's like, not good. And typically what happens now from here is we fall lower. So you could get a sell, okay? And then you could put a stop, right here. And then from this area, this is where we broke back into this bottom range here. And now you can get an aggressive come down, close into this area here. Because since we did break into this range right here. This was the top of that candle right there. Yeah, it did. Yep. It went below the line right there. Yep. And now it went below the purple. And now, we broke out of this range here. And so now we magnetize down until we find support. Typically in this situation, you'll find support around into this area right here, typically. And you'll start to, you know, but that's what happened. I mean, we could not hold, and if I was paying attention, I was too busy yapping. We, that's why you got to be quick too and be super focused, because here, if I was quick on my feet, because I already knew we were gonna have a move quick. The move was here. We already retested the bottom. So you got to be paying attention if we're going to keep moving up quick or we're going to break here and get out and then switch positions. But I do want to, teach you this stuff. But that's why it's very good to be fast on your hands in this situation. Why was this situation very important to be fast on your hands? Because one, we've been in this range for 1 hour. Two, we retested the bottom of the range. And three, then that's when you start to have your move. So because of that, we didn't blast up here. Then you get out, get into a cell, and you could catch that a little earlier. So now, this support, I just don't think this support's gonna hold up. I'm sorry. I really feel like, we're gonna get down into here, maybe even lower. Um, However, sometimes you don't go straight down. Sometimes you just kind of do like we've been doing all day long. So what I could do here is I could add a cell, and then I could add another stop loss right there. And as long as we don't get above this line, the sloping resistance line now, then we're safe to say that, we're coming down into this area, maybe even lower. Maybe we don't hold this area and then we get down into here. Okay, so that's what happened. And since it's been such like one of those days where it's like, so you just have to automatically assume and expect that it's just going to be like, kind of like that too. Would it be nice to get a really fast candle down here? Yeah, absolutely. It would. But just know, like, these candles, we need to continue to get lower lows and lower lows. Like, you don't want to start making like 3 or 4 candles like this above here. Okay, by the third or fourth or even fifth candle, and you start holding above, this area, then, you could either be patient and be like, this day has been extremely slow, so I'm just gonna patient and wait it out and just leave your stops. Or you could just say, I'm gonna get out and just reassess, wait for another, you know, entry up higher into here or whatever. Um, but typically, in the situation when we break back down under here into this range, we at least get to 61 to 50% retracement back into this zone. Typically, you can get here and here. But today's a weird day because we got Nvidia's earnings and things aren't normal. But typically, you get to 60 or 50% retracement, and you'll start to hit like a little bounce here and then come to here. And as long as you hold above the 50% retracement, okay, and you don't budge below, then you could go back up from here. Okay, so that's another thing to look out for in this situation. But the minute you crack under 50%, for sure, you're going to get down into here if you crack under here. But if you crack under and you get back up above and you get above this line here, then you go back up. So that's why I like my lines, because I'll know this is where you could boom, reject, and come back down, or you come down to 50, yeah, come up, reject, come back down, or you just come straight down, you know, you don't even respect the 50, you just whoosh, straight down, you know. So but this has been an extremely slow day. And if you look, we already got 1, 2, 3. This is going to be the fourth candle right here. You know, so you would want an extremely hard rejection right here, like hardcore, like hard and come straight down. You don't want it to go, you know, and start messing around and playing around up here. You want to go straight down real quick.
And startups sometimes begin not with a business plan that's well thought out, but a single experience. In 2003,
Yeah, and then in most cases, it doesn't even want to get back up in the range. It just comes straight down, and it doesn't even do all this freaking yip yap and moving around. But today's just such a crappy day to trade. I'm not even gonna lie. There's like no full official movements. There's a lot of chop. This is chop, and it's really testing all the zones so many times and testing your patience. So at the end of the day, rule of thumb is we broke out of the range. We're making lower lows. Okay. Sloping resistance is here. And because of that action, we head down lower. Okay. The only way that changes is if you get above the sloping resistance again, and then you can blast all the way back up. Okay, but this is what here, and then boom, you want it to reject and come down super fast. Like you don't even want it to come up that high like what it did. That's just crap right there. Straight up crap. So I'm going to get out of one contract there because it's just crapperoni. And yeah, it shouldn't have even come up this high right here. So it should have had a extremely hard rejection right there. And then a drop straight down. So, but it did hop back up above, which, like I said, today is just one of those freaking days. It is not acting appropriately here. Yeah. Now we're back up above here. So, you know, this thing can just fly off the shelf here now. Because you got back up above sloping resistance. You're back up in your range, and you just cracked up above here. And then it just should go now. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. See here, it should have just flew. It should have just straight gone, you know? Why did it stop right there? That's so weird. It shouldn't have done that. Should not stop right here in this situation. This is where it goes straight up and just flies off the shelf. You know, this is a hardcore stop right here. It's probably going to drop all the way back down again now too. You know, is this right here stopping right before making a new high? Yeah. Typically when it does that, it usually goes back down, you know, but I've been wrong so many times today. It's like, shoot, man. Every single thing has been a little, what is it? A little torquey, a little, not torquey, but a little like tiki off. But typically in this situation where it goes just a little bit below, or sometimes it will go a little bit above and then come right back down and reject. Typically what happens in that situation is you come all the way back down. But yeah, there were a lot of sell orders right here to just push this thing down so quick right here. Because in this situation, it should have just flew. Yeah, look. It's- Mm. So here's the 84, 25,000, 384. Okay, that's the previous day middle VWAP right there. I am going to enter a sell right here because I do feel like that's all it got. Honestly, I don't think it's going to go. If it does pop to 94, then I'll get another contract and deleverage. And deleverage. But see how we popped out? We hit the 384, which is the middle VWAP of the previous day of February 9th. Okay, there are a lot of sellers right here that had a lot of sells right there because they probably noticed that too. And now, if we can break all the way down again and crack through this trend line, then we keep the flush going, which is possible because remember, we just entered back into this range. So we were out of the range. We couldn't hold support to keep going up. We entered back into the range to go back down, into this area to see if we're going to hold support. So a good take profit would be on this trend line. However, it could just keep flushing, but based on today's action, we haven't been getting full movements. We've been getting micro movements in a direction. So this would be another area to add a sell if I wanted to, like that, and then put a tight stop, here.
Anthropic is just another hyperscaler, neo-cloud company, AI company, big technology company, tapping Lumen to be the trusted network for their AI services. We connect their data centers so that they can provide AI capabilities to their customers. And miles of fiber. Clearly they believe in it.
So let me remove this range. We already know we're back in the range. Typically when you bust out, you want to bust out and stay above this range and keep going upward. What we did here, we busted out, we came down, we held support, and then we went up.
So think about it, Liz, from the perspective of we've been helping to construct the supply side of the AI economy, right? So you've got to have data centers, you've got to connect them, you've got to have power to them, you've got to have chips. We're critical infrastructure for building out the supply side for the AI economy. That's the big technology firms providing AI services to those customers. There's a demand side as well. And earlier on their show, you were talking about Jamie Dimon.
Well, Jamie Dimon's the CEO of Chase Bank, and he said we're in for a rude awakening here for a huge market crash. And he said that would happen 8 to 12 months. And he put that report out about 3 to 4 months ago. Probably lines up with the summertime. Spring into summer. Just flush, you little turd.
When somebody puts in a prompt in the privacy of their own home, that without you guys, it's not getting
And in 4 minutes, you're going to get extreme volatility. So I always recommend not to be in a trade at 2:50 p.m. Central Time, and which is 4 minutes from now. I always recommend to be out of a trade because the market moves extremely crazy. But what you can do is take advantage of that volatility when that does occur. So
selling your consumer business to AT&T, and you got that out there in marketplace now. That's where a lot of money is. That's right. And you reduce your debt to under 13 billion. How do you continue to reduce that debt so that when you borrow money to deal with all of these new opportunities, you're not paying so much to serve?
let's watch the volatility come in here in a matter of 2 minutes. 2 minutes, we will get extreme volatility. Extremio. And it happens exactly at 2:50, and also sometimes at 2:55 Central Time on the 2nd, because the algos sell and buy at that time every day, and so the hedge funds probably, and whoever else. We have 1 minute and 5 seconds for that extreme volatility to take place here. We went to 87.
Programmable network that brings capability to enterprises who desperately need it. Moderating. I don't want to say slow down or drop off, but
Moderating. Okay. Let's see if we can get 420, 418. Hit a sell up here, hit a sell right there. See if we can get this nice volatility pop and drop real quick. And then even a buy down here, you never know. Just right back up. Okay, that was something. There we go. There it was. There it is. Can we go a little higher to 420, please? Come on. I feel like you can get a little higher there. What a crap freaking day today, I'll tell you that. Mother crap one.
Here's why you should switch from Google to DuckDuckGo on all your devices. DuckDuckGo comes with a built-in search engine.
However, Mother, I think it's very important that you watch for the next hour after this, because we got Nvidia earnings, and I bet you this market's gonna move so freaking crazy and nuts. And I'm gonna be watching, and I gotta go get Noah here real quick at 3:17. I'm gonna go. Hopefully I don't miss it. But the next good rejection area is actually 412 to 417 into 420. Since we did break through the 84 level, the 25,384, which where we're at right now, I think we can get up there. I think. So we broke out of this range here now. Now we're holding above it. We come through, broke, hold support. Now we should keep hitting up here close to 417, 420 now. And we can also do this where we draw a fib. Shoot, 435 could be a situation there too. Or 27. You know we are to the top of the range. You know we are. Come on. Let's go.
Democrat trial lawyers recruited the Liberals to sue Texas businesses. Now they are pouring millions into GOP primary races to protect their profits. Texas families pay the price through higher insurance and higher costs. Matt Thorson is backed by the Democrat lawyers cashing in. Judge Leach will stand up to liberal trial lawyers and fight for affordability. Vote for a true conservative. Vote for Jeff Leach.
Maybe we get a little movement here at 255.
For decades, I've taught you.
And there goes the 255 candle.
But only you can prevent wildfires.
Business Alert, we are getting some breaking news. Reuters reports that Chinese AI lab DeepSeek has not shown U.S. chipmakers its upcoming flagship model for performance optimization. Sources say the lab did bring early access to chip suppliers, including Huawei technologies. NVIDIA and AMD have declined to comment. DeepSeek and Huawei did not respond to requests for comments, but the move may be part of a broader strategy by the Chinese government to try to keep U.S. hardware and models disadvantaged in China. The development comes as a senior Trump administration official told Reuters DeepSeek's latest AI model was trained on NVIDIA's most advanced chip right now, Blackwell, using a cluster in mainland China in a move that appears to violate U.S. export controls. So they want to use the chips that are made by NVIDIA, but they don't want to share their AI platform with the rest of the world. Very interesting. All right, closing bell.
Bad to the interesting.
S&P better by 60, NASDAQ up 299, and the Russell 2000 up. highs right now. The chip sector may be part of what's sort of pumping them up here. It is flying higher, that's lifting the semiconductor index, the stocks, to a record high, powering up 1.6% to 8,469. Investors are piling into
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
You don't want to miss my interview with NVIDIA CEO.
Excuse me.
Right now, they're up. Hear what Jensen Wong has to say on the earnings call after the bell. Capital advisor, Archer Capital portfolio manager Jed Ellerbrun is watching it all. Jed, how important is this report when it comes to the whole market? Because everyone kind of leans on NVIDIA.
Yeah, it's our Super Bowl. It comes along once a quarter. What makes this earnings release special, makes NVIDIA special, is it's the largest company in the world, and it's growing about 50% year over year. So that kind of size and growth, you don't see that combination very often. Most NVIDIA's, accelerated computing chips are powering this. And we know they're going to report outstanding results. We know that they will be their guidance provided 3 months ago, and I think most investors expect they will issue guidance for next quarter that exceeds the consensus estimate. Something like $75 billion in revenue next quarter is probably a reasonable bogey to compare their guidance to.
It's like the output, the GDP of most medium countries. I'm looking at Netflix right now. The annual high, $134. Right now it's at 82. Would you buy it here right now ahead of these earnings?
Netflix or NVIDIA?
I'm sorry, NVIDIA. Oh, hold on.
Here,
Netflix. High of Netflix annually, 212, and right now it's at 196. Would you buy NVIDIA right here?
Yeah, we would. NVIDIA is a really large holding in our fund, and we're really believe in the company. I think the valuation is reasonable. A lot of the companies that are also tied to this data center CapEx construction cycle trade at much higher valuations, so we think NVIDIA is actually a reasonably priced stock in addition to all the fundamental outstanding aspects that NVIDIA has. And Netflix doesn't look too bad right now either.
I was going to say, what about Netflix? Netflix, while giving a little bit of a relief rally.
Go.
We do have Paramount Skydance reporting earnings after the bell. Can't wait to hear what that conference call is like. In the meantime, I do want to just ask you, because it feels like Wall Street and Main Street, when it comes to NVIDIA, are in the classic "what have you done for us lately" mode. The bar is so high, and the crown is so heavy on the head that wears it, the produce NVIDIA. It just must be a little disconcerting to see that even when a company comes in with a massive beat, it's not enough.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see the reaction tonight to NVIDIA's earnings. I'm probably more interested to see the reaction than I am the numbers themselves. Investors, most fund managers are, struggle with, have trouble making NVIDIA as large a position as it is in the S&P 500. Most, the benchmark for most active managers and most index funds. So, the company's so big, so dominant, growing so fast that the investors don't quite know what to do with it.
Well, you know what to do with the $4 billion you have over at Archer Capital, and you've committed some of it to the heavy equipment rental companies. Tell us the names and what's kind of behind that thesis.
Yeah, we do like the equipment rental companies today. You can divide their business into two parts. One part, kind of small, local, non-residential construction projects. That part of their business has been weak for really 2 years now after interest rates rose in 2023 so steeply. That part of the business, I think, is hitting a trough and is set to improve starting in 2026 as interest rates have come down. The other part of their business are the mega projects. All the data center construction projects going on, every hospital and airport around the country seems to be under construction. That part of the business has been doing well and will continue to do well. So I think all these things are going to be higher in Europe for 18 months for Hertz and pre-managed rentals. And I think those businesses will do well.
All right. Well, market is officially closed. Well, it's after hours now.
And that I think is starting to show when you look at, say, for example, the Russell 2000 year to date, it's up 7%, while the rest of them are up not even half of that. So tell me what you see for the entire market over the next couple of months.
Yeah, I think that we're seeing growth broaden out. I think that President Trump's tax bill is going to contribute to improved economic growth this year. Interest rates are falling, and the activity is picking up. The activity is picking up. They're going to be huge ideas and by the end of the year. And so, whether you look at the technology sector, which does work in the fastest growing sector in our stock market, but also industrials, financials, consumer discretionary stocks too.
He's sick.
It's a little bit of a rough road. Everybody's got to buckle up. It's great to have you. Thank you so much for joining us, Jay.
Have a great evening.
Let's look at NVIDIA right now because ahead of the earnings report, which comes in just about 20 minutes, we'll give it now, and then sometimes it's a few minutes before they really release all the information.
20 minutes, earnings will be released. 325.
Still up 1.5% to $195.68. People are going to want to know specifically about, are they shipping chips to China? Are they dealing with the tariffs? What's going on when it comes to their ride? So much to talk about, but Jensen Wong, I've got it tomorrow right here on the Claimant Countdown. There's the closing bell. Ahead of those immediate earnings, the S&P has turned positive for the month. We're 2 days away from the end of February. We will see you tomorrow.
Hello, folks. Welcome to Kudlow. I'm Larry Kudlow. So I'll tell you, President Trump delivered a captivating, epic State of the Union speech last night. I hope you all saw it. I just spoke to Senate Majority Leader John Thune just a few moments ago. Kellyanne Conway is going to be here. Mr. Trump got the word out about calling the roaring economy. Prices have been falling. Wages have been rising. Growth is paramount. We'll have NEC Director Kevin Hassett to weigh in. The Supreme Court, even the Supreme Court, by the way, he shook the hands of several Supreme Court justices, which was part of the graciousness of his speech. Anyway, we'll have John Carney there. Let's move right on to the rip, folks.
To the rip.
All right. Trump's growth-oriented State of the Union message was both epic and captivating. I didn't mind how long it was one bit. And that's the subject of the rip. President Trump debating epic State of the Union last night. It went a long time. But I was watching. Length didn't really bother me. Probably because the messaging was so strong and clear and patriotic. And the whole architecture of that speech, it seemed to me, was that America's back.
America's back.
The ages highlighted by Donald J. Trump's own political comeback. And this national comeback was driven by what probably is the greatest political comeback of all time from Mr. Trump. That is, at least in American history, we've never seen anything like it. America today is prosperous. It is safe. It's the most globally powerful and dominant country in the world. None of this was true a little more than a year ago. America is not perfect. As Mr. Trump has noted, there is more work to do. But his achievements on the economy, on closing the border, on foreign policy, strength have been remarkable. Interestingly, a snap poll before this speech from CNN, of all places, showed, get this, 54% of the voters liked the direction of the country. Now, that by itself is pretty spiffy. But after the speech, that number grew to 64%. Anyway, for me, the key point is, Mr. Trump is safe.
Anyway, the other.
Of course, the Democrats are in denial about so much of this. With only a few exceptions, they refuse to stand up and applaud bravery and patriotism last night. That's a pity. Because the president was honoring so many of our military heroes and expressing joy in our gold medal hockey teams, then still couldn't find their way to standing up and applaud, with a few minor exceptions. Anyway, topics today. should be bipartisan. Never seen it be bipartisan anymore. And that is a big. But Mr. Trump was gracious. As I said, he shook the hands of a number of Supreme Court justices when he came in. They had voted against his tariffs. He almost begged Democrats to join him in applause a number of times. They wouldn't do it no matter what the time. His speech last night was so compelling and yet so gracious. Not only is he convincing the majority of voters of his own good works, I think he's convincing Republicans to stay the course.
Mm-hmm.
Like Mike Johnson and John Thune have told me just the last 24 GOP is probably more united today than ever before. It's Mr. Trump's GOP. It's his ideas. It's his execution. It's his management. It's his communication. At the end of his brilliant speech last night, he talked about faith in God and faith in America. Take a listen to this.
And when God needs a nation to work his miracles, he knows exactly who to ask. There is no challenge Americans cannot overcome, no frontier too vast for us to conquer, no dream too bold for us to chase, no horizon too distant for us to claim. The golden age of America is upon us. The revolution that began in 1776 has not ended. It still continues because the flame of liberty and independence still burns in the heart of every American patriot. And the future will be bigger, better, brighter, bolder, and more glorious than ever before.
All right, of course. While he's celebrating the 250th birthday of America, as much fun as that is, I just want to note that much of the founding of America was based on the founding of free market capitalism. And Adam Smith and his book, The Wealth of Nations, which was published in 1776. And on top of that, much of the founding was founded on the brilliant work of Alexander Hamilton, who, after the Constitution was put in place, was America's first and probably greatest Treasury Secretary. And then there's the whole subject of growth that is so important to this country. No nation over the last several centuries has grown as much as America. And Mr. Trump and his one big beautiful growth platform believes we can grow even faster. And I'll say, nothing solves problems better than economic growth. Proper growth solves inflation. Proper growth solves debt and deficits. Proper growth makes people happier. Growth makes defenses stronger. Growth solves more problems than you could ever shake a stick at. And for all of this Trump's genius, and for all of this transformative dream of strong reform, nothing will ever be as important as the endless growth of American economic growth. Mr. Trump had it all last night. He laid it right out. It was epic. It was captivating. It wasn't too long at all. It was a very happy couple of hours, if you ask me. And that's the night's review. A few moments ago, I spoke to Senate Majority Leader John Thune. All right, take a listen to what he said, because he is going to be fighting for the Trump agenda. Here it comes. All right, with great pleasure, we welcome back to the show Senate Majority Leader, Mr. John Thune from South Dakota. Senator Thune, thank you, sir. We know you're very busy. We appreciate it very much.
Great to be with you, Larry, as always.
So we'll just start off a reaction. President Trump kind of unleashed a humdinger last night. That's the way I look at it. But what were you thinking as you heard it unfold?
Well, you crushed it, Larry. You're absolutely right, both in tone and substance. Couldn't have dialed it up really any better. And I thought it was optimistic. It was hopeful. It was reflecting on America's greatness and those who come before us. And a couple of those 100-year-old veterans in the audience. And of course, having the American hockey team, and congratulations to both the men and the women for their gold medals. But it was really the kind of message and speech that I think that most people should find inspiring, aspirational, and all that, except the Democrats in the chamber. So I thought what you also saw last night was kind of the two Americas. You saw the president's vision for the future of this country, and then you saw the open borders, sanctuary cities, defund law enforcement, raise your taxes, reduce American energy independence. Democrats sitting there on their hands at virtually every opportunity when they should have been up here. And it's unfortunate, but it's that it is. It's two visions for America.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's interesting.
You have that technology now? Well, that's cool. Okie dokie chokie.
They made it so I couldn't even breathe through my mouth.
They did?
Yeah, like I had to breathe
Sheesh.
through my nose. And I couldn't go like, you know how I do that sometimes?
Uh-huh.
Like I felt like I really needed to do that.
Oh, really?
And I was in that room for like 10 minutes. And then they also hurt my teeth. Like when they were like stalling it or chewing it.
Yeah.
Like it was hurting.
Yeah. Well, they should have put Novocaine on your tooth.
What's that?
It's like a numbing cream so your teeth don't hurt. But it was good though, overall.
Yeah.
Cool. Cool, dude. Cool, dude.
Like I feel like it was hard in the beginning of the year, and then now it's like the easiest.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
Safer streets, which the president has been dialed in, zeroed in on since he came to office in 4. Obviously, more money in American people's pockets, and we have done that. We're going to see more of that, I think, as the year goes on. And then obviously new opportunities to get ahead for working families. And there's so many areas in which the president has delivered on that, and there's more to do. But you look at just as an example, the Trump people accounts. That is a wonderful idea for the future, and to get people saving for their kids. And I think that's something that is going to serve the American people and working families well in the future.
That could be a game changer. You're 100% right.
That's a game changer. That's a total game changer. Hey, buddy, do you need me to make you something to eat? Yeah. All right, let me know, because I don't want you eating junk food. I got some stuff for you. Okay, bro, master.
We have now had 2 votes in the Senate, 3 votes actually, on the very bill the Democrats negotiated on the Department of Homeland Security on that appropriations bill, and then subsequently walked away from it and voted against it as recently as last night. And we'll get more opportunities to vote. Say, okay, if you don't want this,